Budget Review Committee meeting. Public comment will be taken at the end of each sub-item. Non-agenda public comment will take place during the 6 p.m. meeting this evening, May 4th, 2026. The public may also comment on any departments not listed for a formal presentation on the agenda during the 6 o'clock p.m. hearing this evening or during sub-item S, additional department review. This information and instruction is also available on the Budget Review Committee website, on the Budget Review Committee agenda on the city's webpage. While the public is able to allow to attend the meetings in person, this meeting is being televised and live streamed on the city's website, and council administration will continue to make arrangements for the public to comment using the Zoom webinar platform. Additionally, members of the public who wish to provide virtual testimony must enter the virtual queue by raising their hand before the queue closes. The queue will close when the last virtual speaker finishes speaking or 5 minutes after in-person testimony ends, whichever occurs first. This will allow for better meeting management between the two platforms and ensure the council is able to manage and conduct city business. For sub-items containing more than one department being discussed, members of the public will have 1 minute per department listed with a maximum of 3 minutes total. We appreciate the public's cooperation. Chair?
Thank you so much. I will now call the Budget Review Committee meeting of Monday, May 4th, 2026 to order. Natalie, please call the roll.
Vice Chair, Council President LaCava, Committee Member Campbell, Committee Member Whitburn, Committee Member Von Wilbert, Council President Pro Tem Lee.
Here.
Committee Member Campillo.
Here.
Committee Member Moreno.
Present.
Committee Member Ela Rivera. And Chair, Committee Member Foster.
Here.
Also attending the meeting today, Charles Modica from the Independent Budget Analyst Office, Assistant City Attorney Michelle Garland from the City Attorney's Office, Chief Financial Officer Rolando Charbel, and Director of Policy for Mayor Todd Gloria Matt Yagin. If you're in person, please complete a speaker slip located at the entrance of chambers and place it on top of the box indicated at the speaker's lectern at the front of the room. Please do so in a timely manner to ensure proper meeting management. In-person testimony will conclude before virtual testimony begins, and members of the public can join the webinar by computer, tablet, or smartphone by accessing the link listed online in the preamble language of the agenda on the city's webpage. If you need to participate by phone, please dial 1-669-254-5252. The webinar ID is 160-332-6900#. This information is also available on the agenda and will appear on the screen during the public comment period for each agenda item. Please note that if you're watching via City TV 24 or online, there may be a delay. Please participate via the audio on your phone and mute your TV or computer when it is your turn to speak. If you wish to speak on a particular item, wait for that item to be called and then raise your hand to speak by tapping the raise your hand icon, or if you're a call-in participant, press *9 on your phone. If you raise your hand during a non-comment period, your hand will be lowered. Chair?
Thank you, Natalie, for reviewing those instructions for the benefit of the public. A quorum is now present. We will now move to committee members, mayoral staff, city attorney, and independent budget analysts for comments. Hearing none, we will now take up our information agenda. As a reminder, these are informational items only during our Budget Review Committee hearings, so no motions are required. As Natalie mentioned, public comment will be heard after each sub-item. Sub-items have been categorized to follow areas or branches of the city. Therefore, several sub-items include multiple city departments. For these sub-items, the department official will introduce. We will hear a presentation or presentations regarding all the departments included. After each department's presentation, council members will have an opportunity to ask staff questions. At the conclusion of the sub-item and after public comment, council members will have the opportunity to provide concluding remarks. With that, we will begin with item 1, fiscal year 2027 draft budget department presentations. Natalie, please introduce sub-item A.
Sub-item A is fiscal year 27 draft budget review. And if you're watching online and wish to call in to speak to sub-item A, please call 1-669-254-5252. The webinar ID is 160-332-6900#. Chair?
Staff, please introduce yourselves for the record and let us know how much time you would like for your presentation, and feel free to proceed.
Great. Thank you, Chair Foster. Charles Modica, your independent budget analyst. We have two presentations for you this morning, actually, one from the traditional IBA's branch and then another from our Division of Race and Equity. Our first presentation will take about 25 minutes, and then we can pause and do a shift over if that works for you. And with that, I will go ahead and get us started. So for our presentation this morning, you have me as well as Sergio Alcalde, Amy Lee, and Jillian Andalina. That said, our entire staff is here if there are any questions, and we will have staff here for you throughout the BRC meetings this week. This morning, we'll give you a presentation that provides a high-level look at our analysis of the proposed budget. I will get us started with an overview, and then I will turn this over to the team before wrapping up. We'll start with a quick recap of the roles and processes that we will be working through throughout this budget cycle. Put simply, the mayor proposes a budget, but it is ultimately up to this council to adopt a budget. The city charter requires the mayor to take the first step in presenting council with a proposal for a balanced budget by April 15th, and he is then required to offer potential revisions to that initial proposal in order for council to have time to give those revisions due consideration. Typically, these revisions come in May and are therefore called the May revise, and then council is required to adopt a final balanced budget in June. This year, the mayor released a proposed draft budget on April 15th. In the 2 weeks following that release, my office thoroughly reviewed the budget, met with city departments, asked questions about the proposed budget, and prepared our analysis of the proposed budget to more clearly show what is in the budget, what is not in the budget, and key issues that council should consider as it moves forward through this process. I would be negligent if I did not thank the staff from the IBA's office, including staff in our Division of Race and Equity, for the long hours and late nights over the last 2 weeks, as well as staff from the Department of Finance and other city departments for meeting with us and answering our questions. Our review came out on Wednesday of last week. Now we are about to embark on a week of Budget Review Committee or BRC hearings, where council members will have the opportunity to hear from departments and operating branches and ask questions of those departments as you work through how you would like the final budget to look. This will be particularly important this year, as we are once again faced with the need for cuts, and those cuts will have real service level impacts. And also because there are 3 areas in particular in the budget surrounding recreation centers, libraries, and homelessness programs, where the budget assumes dollar cuts, but does not provide details on what those cuts will actually entail. We'll discuss that in a little bit more detail later in this presentation, but council discussion and input on those items will be crucial. Many of you will also be holding public town halls to hear from your constituents. My office is available to participate and present to those town halls as well. And I'd like council members to know that we are available for any town halls that are yet to be scheduled as well. Ultimately, the city charter will give this council the authority to amend the mayor's proposed budget when it is adopting a final budget. So the next months of meetings and deliberations will be critical in determining what that ultimate adopted budget is. One additional note before we move into the meat of this presentation, as this council is aware, during last year's budget process, you moved the city's race and equity function into my office, and consequently our report this year includes additional focus on equity implications of various budget adjustments. You will find those implications throughout our report, and our Division of Race and Equity will have a presentation right after this one to cover key takeaways from their own analysis. With that covered, it's worth noting that we are now walking into a second consecutive year where we are facing the need for significant cuts. In November of 2025, the mayor released his most recent 5-year financial outlook, and that projected a baseline shortfall of $88.8 million in FY27. Since then, increases to the city's pension payment and decreases to revenue growth have increased that baseline deficit to $118 million. As you will hear in this presentation and throughout the week, revenue growth in the city has slowed, and cuts throughout the city are necessary to get FY27's budget into balance. The need for those cuts should not be a surprise. The city has been operating with a structural budget deficit for some time. Going back to the 2010s, the city papered over that deficit by deferring infrastructure maintenance and suppressing city compensation levels, which generated short-term savings but enormous long-term costs. And over the last 5 years, while the city has begun addressing those issues, it was able to do so largely through tapping into one-time resources that are no longer available, which leaves us where we are now, the need to make significant cuts to ensure that our budget is balanced moving forward. In the long term, the need for new revenue to address the city's deteriorating infrastructure should be clear, as we will discuss. But in the short term, the city needs to align its ongoing expenditures with its current ongoing resources. I want to stress that throughout this process, it will be critical to make progress towards closing our structural deficit so that we can restore more stability to city services, gain the public public trust that will be necessary to get public buy-in on the revenues that will be needed to repair city infrastructure, and ultimately to get out of this cycle of needing to identify more and more budget cuts each year. With that, I will turn this over to the rest of the team to walk you through the remainder of this presentation.
Thanks, Charles. The proposed budget totals $6.42 billion across several funds. While our office has reviewed the full budget, our presentation today will only cover the general fund, since it's the city's main operating fund and is largely funded by the city's general tax revenues. So in the next few slides, I'll briefly cover general fund revenues and expenditures included in the proposed budget. Starting with revenues. The proposed budget includes $2.24 billion in general fund revenue, which reflects a $67.3 million or 3.1% increase when compared to the fiscal year 2026 adopted budget. This growth is largely driven as a This growth is largely driven by a net increase in major general fund revenues due to higher property tax and sales tax collections, as well as a net increase in other revenues, largely due to general fund departments performing more reimbursable work for non-general fund departments and additional reimbursements from TOT and environmental growth funds. On those reimbursements, while they are shown in the budget as new revenue, it's important to note that in many cases, they aren't actually net new money coming into the city, but are instead simply transfers into the general fund from other city funds that are in some cases only possible because of other cuts to those funds. This is the case with additional general fund reimbursements from the special promotional program portion of TOT that are possible because of the proposed cuts to arts and cultural funding. Focusing on major general fund revenues, amounts included in the proposed budget are 2.9% higher when compared to the fiscal year 2026 mid-year projections, which is in line with inflation. By comparison, other general fund revenues are projected to grow more quickly, with total proposed budget amounts being 3.7% higher than mid-year projections. Again, it's important to note that the growth in other general fund revenues is largely the result of transfers and reimbursements from non-general fund departments, essentially shifting existing resources rather than additional revenue coming in. Taking a look at each major general fund revenue source, property tax is anticipated to see moderate growth and remains the primary driver behind major general fund revenue increases. Sales tax and transient occupancy tax are both projected to grow at a slower pace, reflecting a cooling in consumer spending and tourism activity. Finally, franchise fees, which is moving the opposite direction as the other sources, is down 4.1% when compared to mid-year projections. This is due to a decrease in revenues related to SDG&E's minimum franchise bid payments. The proposed budget includes 8,062.9 FTEs for the general fund, which is 198.5 FTEs lower than the fiscal year 2026 budget. Despite this FTE decrease, both budgeted personnel and non-personnel expenditures have increased. Total general fund expenditures amount to $2.24 billion, which is $71 million or 3.3% higher than fiscal year 2026. I'll cover some of the large drivers of the expenditure increase shortly when I discuss programmatic additions. I'll now move on to major changes included in the proposed budget. The following slides will discuss major programmatic additions and mitigations that reduce expenditures or increase revenue. We note that the following tables in these slides are not inclusive of all budget changes. Starting with programmatic additions. The table in this slide totals $90.9 million in expenditure additions. Note that these additions also include $13.6 million in revenue. At the top of this table is $12.7 million for increased fleet fees, which cover both replacement and usage costs. Following that is a $12.5 million increase for capital infrastructure debt costs, driven largely by higher debt service on the 2025A lease revenue bond. The third item on this table is $7.9 million in interest payments for tax and revenue anticipation notes, or TRANS. TRANS are short-term notes, proceeds of which allow municipalities like the city to cover periods of cash shortfalls due to a timing mismatch between revenues and expenditures. Note that the proposed budget also includes $11.6 million in revenue from interest earnings associated with TRANS. This amount will be reflected in the table in this presentation regarding revenue mitigations. Other large programmatic additions include a $6.6 million increase for fire rescue overtime, a $5.3 million increase for water services provided to city departments, an additional $4 million to cover higher reimbursement costs to non-general fund departments for SDG and utility and permit inspections within the right-of-way. Turning to expenditure mitigations, this table totals $66.4 million in expenditure reductions and approximately 237 FTE reductions. I'd like to note that this table is not inclusive of all budget reductions included in the proposed budget. The largest single expenditure reduction on this table is the $7 million waiver of the contribution to the Climate Equity Fund, followed by $6.3 million in savings from the police department due to the imposition of a hiring freeze. This table also includes reductions related to parks and rec, libraries, and homelessness services. The proposed budget set the target reductions for all three areas, and departments are anticipated to present these options during budget hearings to meet those reduction targets. And Amy will briefly cover these options later in the presentation. Other reductions in this table include city attorney salary reductions, the reduction of transportation's multimodal team that supports the development of bikeways, the reduction of a dedicated bomb squad from fire rescue, and the removal of council's community projects, programs, and services funding. This slide outlines revenue mitigations, which total about $44.9 million that help balance the proposed budget. At the top is $11.6 million in anticipated interest earnings related to trans, which I mentioned earlier. This followed by a $10.1 million in TOT reimbursements to the general fund due to the funding reduction for Penny for the Arts. Next is $7.1 million from franchise fees from the Sycamore landfill facility. And there's also a $5.3 million transfer from the EMS fund to the general fund. I'll now turn it over to Amy to discuss general fund reduction packages, including the proposed budget and council's budget priorities.
Thank you, Sergio. As Charles mentioned earlier, in 3 departments, Library, Parks and Rec, and HSSD, the proposed budget includes a reduction target as part of budget mitigation without additional details. Rather, the departments, in consultation with the mayor's office, plan to present options to meet those reduction targets during their budget review committee presentation for council feedback. As council considers these options, council may select or modify an option or develop a different package of reductions. The next few slides provide an overview of the general fund proposed budget for the departments with reduction packages. Starting first with library, where the proposed budget includes $73.2 million in library funding, $3.4 million less than fiscal year 2026. The proposed budget eliminates youth, family, and equity services, including the former Office of Child and Youth Services and donation matching funds, reduces security services, along with a $4.2 million reduction target that can be met by one of 3 options focused on adjustments to locations with Monday hours. These options will be fully detailed by staff during the department's BRC presentation. Moving next to the Park and Recreation Department, where the proposed budget includes $193.4 million or $4.7 million more than the prior year. Expenditure mitigations total $12.5 million, made up of reductions in park maintenance and brush management, closures of public restrooms, extended annual maintenance closure periods for most city pools, lower staffing for park rangers and recreation services, along with a $5.4 million reduction target that can be met by one of 3 options to reduce rec center hours based on council and stakeholder feedback. Again, these options will be fully detailed by staff during the department's BRC presentation. Moving next to homelessness funding, where the proposed budget includes $72.9 million for services across HSSD, ESD, and PD. For HSSD's proposed budget of $57.1 million, eliminations are proposed for the Neil Good Day Center and downtown public restrooms, along with a $3.8 million reduction target that can be met by one of 3 options developed by HSSD. Although options include other smaller reductions, only the largest program reduction in each option is noted here. Under option A, shelter operations would be reduced at 16th and Newton, thereby reducing the city's shelter capacity. Under option B, the 20th and B safe sleeping lot would close, reducing the city's safe sleeping capacity. Under option C, eviction prevention program funding would be reduced by around 71%, reducing the city's prevention services. Again, staff will fully detail each of these options during the department's BRC presentation. Next, we discuss Council's budget priorities as reflected in the fiscal year 2027 updated City Council Budget Priorities Resolution approved by Council in early February and whether these priorities are reflected in the proposed budget. Council budget priorities that were added to the mayor's proposed budget include funding for opioid treatment beds, lifeguard staffing, CIP funding for pedestrian and bicycle safety, sidewalks, lifeguard towers and facilities, fire rescue facilities, and library facilities. Council budget priorities that were partially added include funding for affordable housing preservation and creation, prevention and diversion resources, avoidance of across-the-board cuts, traffic calming, streetlights, and CIP funding for stormwater. Of the council budget priorities maintained, these include the Housing Instability Prevention Program, LGBTQ+ affirming shelter, weed abatement, No Shots Fired program, SD Access for All, lifeguard wellness programs, specifically for the Lifeguard Division Boating Safety Unit, and ADA projects. The following council budget priorities were not included in the proposed budget: Office of the City Clerk position, library materials and maintenance, Climate Equity Fund, police recruitment and retention, the Lifeguard Wellness Program for lifeguards not within the Boating Safety Unit, recruitment, retention, and compensation, unimproved streets and alleyways, and parks and recreation facilities. Regarding fiscal year 2027 compensation, we do note the city has been in negotiations with its 6 recognized employee organizations. Any negotiated compensation increases will be reflected in the May revision. Reduced council budget priorities include the Eviction Prevention Program, Library and Parks and Recreation funding, Climate Action Plan, Equity and Parks Programming, Office of the City Auditor, Brush Management, Pedestrian and Bicycle Safety Multimodal Teams, and operational funding for stormwater. The proposed budget includes $1.9 million for arts and culture funding, reflecting a $12 million decrease compared to the prior year. As proposed, arts and culture funding equals 0.6% of citywide TOT, according to the process outlined in Council Policy 100-03. Council's recommendation to partially fund the Penny for the Arts goal at 4.28% of TOT has not been met in the proposed budget, nor has the broader goal of the Penny for the Arts 9.52% of TOT funding. Increasing funding to council's recommendation would require an additional $11.6 million, and the full Penny for the Arts goal would require an additional $28 million in funding. We note any additional increases in art and culture funding would likely require offsetting reductions in the special promotional programs budget, which likely would have general fund implications. Next, I will turn it over to Jillian.
Thank you, Amy. Now we'll cover some key citywide issues, beginning with a discussion about classified and unclassified positions. The proportion of classified and unclassified positions and the growth over the last decade in management positions has been a topic of increased discussion. While there's still some classified positions that do supervisorial work, some unclassified positions that do not. As a general shorthand, we can look at classified positions as frontline positions and unclassified positions as management positions. Using that shorthand, if you look across all budgeted positions in the city, 92% of those positions are classified, which makes the city's ratio of frontline positions to management positions 13.9 to 1. On a macro level, this ratio is in line with various best practices for management to staff ratios, which generally call for ratios of 5 to 1 to 15 to 1, depending on the size and complexity of an organization. If we look at all positions across the entire national economy, we see a ratio of 11.5 employees to every 1 management position. And consequently, the city's ratio of 13.9 frontline workers to every 1 management position does not seem unreasonable. That said, it's worth noting that the proposed position reductions in the budget fall more heavily on unclassified ranks than they do on classified ranks, with unclassified positions representing 6.6% of the city's workforce, absorbing 37% of proposed position cuts. This seems to reflect the sentiment that frontline positions should be preserved when possible. Our report also contains information on proportions of unclassified positions in each department, which can significantly vary. During the upcoming budget hearings, council may want to request more details on departments with lower classified to unclassified position ratios. Moving now onto the climate action implementation, the climate action plan implementation. The proposed budget includes a $248 million net increase in cap expenditures, which is a decrease of $83 million from fiscal year 2026. There's almost $110 million for direct support, mostly from non-general fund sources. Given the known structural deficit, funding requests from some cap-related departments were limited during budget development, and thus it's unknown how large a potential funding gap exists for implementing the cap. However, as our office has noted in reports in the past, the best way to advance the plan, as long as implementation of the cap does not result in other reduced services, is by resolving the structural budget deficit and the infrastructure funding gap. Additionally, we want to note that due to the budget deficit, some cap-related funds are not fully funded. The $7 million contribution to the Climate Equity Fund is proposed to be waived again this year, but we do note that there's still $11 million remaining in CIP projects that will continue to be spent down as projects progress. Additionally, the Energy Independence Fund is not proposed to receive $89,000, and its $118,000 fund balance is swept. As for the city's pension payment, it totals $563 million in fiscal year 2027, which is an increase of $30 million, driven by higher salaries than assumed by the SD SURS actuary. The general fund portion of this payment is just short of $400 million, making up about 18% of general fund expenditures. And now moving on to the city's infrastructure funding needs. The most recent 5-year CIP outlook projects a $7.8 billion 5-year funding gap, which is primarily driven by stormwater infrastructure needs. The continual deferment of needed capital infrastructure in stormwater, especially in flood control drainage infrastructure, has resulted in a heavy reliance on emergency projects. $30 million out of the $52 million proposed in the budget is set aside for emergencies. Because emergencies are costly and inefficient, establishing a dedicated and ongoing funding source for stormwater is critical. Decisions made in the operating budget that continue to defer operational maintenance also compound capital infrastructure shortfall. For example, the proposed budget provides funding to open new parks and rec facilities, but reduces the facilities maintenance budget. Finally, given the city's funding constraints and funding restrictions within the CIP, even though the Council Policy 800-14 guides project prioritization, the city must ultimately prioritize existing projects over new to mitigate project delays and impacts of new infrastructure on the operating budget. This limits progress toward broader council priorities. And finally, moving to the structural budget deficit. A structural budget deficit means the city's ongoing costs have persistently been higher than ongoing reliable revenues. One-time resources are often relied upon to bridge the gap, but they aren't sustainable. This is both a decades-long issue and one that's more recent. The city has pursued sales tax measures both in 2010 and 2024, but both efforts failed. After the 2010 attempt, the city froze compensation levels and deferred infrastructure maintenance to balance the budget. For the 2024 effort, the city already had a significant budget deficit, primarily driven by the use and subsequent expiration of significant one-time COVID relief funding, which was spent on ongoing, existing, and new activities. So the measure would have addressed that, plus been able to finally make progress on infrastructure. When that one-time funding ran out, it created a hole in the city's budget much larger than regular revenue growth could fill, leading to the painful budget reductions in both last year's and this year's budget cycles. The table on this slide shows the city's historical general fund structural budget deficit, but the way it's been calculated has shifted over time. In some years, when the city has paused making reserve contributions, those skip payments were counted as a one-time budget resource. In other years, they weren't. For consistency, the table shows the structural budget deficit, both including and excluding suspended general fund reserve contributions. In both cases, structural imbalances persist across all years. We recommend the city adopt a consistent approach that includes suspended contributions as a one-time resource in budget documents. Ultimately, closing the structural budget deficit may be the single most important thing the city can do to ensure successful operations in the future. Now I'll hand it back to Charles to finish our presentation.
Thanks, Jillian. So I will wrap up with a few takeaways. It's important to note as we go through the next week of BRC hearings and really the next months of the budget adoption process that there are countless different ways a proposed budget could be modified and balanced with different combinations of cuts or even some potential revenues as options that council can pursue. That said, I want to stress that there is no scenario where a balanced budget can be adopted without significant cuts, and the need for cuts today is the result of many things. That includes the short-term decisions with long-term costs that were made decades ago, but it also includes the structurally imbalanced budgets that were adopted over the last several years that relied on one-time resources to fund our ongoing expenses. To that end, it is critical that the budget that we work towards adopting in June makes meaningful progress towards closing or eliminating the city's structural budget deficit. Achieving structural balance will be necessary to avoid a cycle where every year more and more painful cuts need to be identified, to put the city on better financial footing moving forward, and ultimately to build the public trust and buy-in that will be necessary for the city to begin addressing its many long-deferred infrastructure needs. That wraps up our portion of the presentation. The team and I are happy to take questions or to turn this over to Kim Desmond with the Division of Race and Equity to talk you through the equity implications of the proposed budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. We will move to have Dre give their presentation, and then we will open it up for council member comments and questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Budget Committee Chair Foster and council members. Want to start out with I need 15 minutes for this presentation. In front of you, you will see the agenda that guides, as Charles mentioned, the first time equity implications showing up in the IBA report. And we'll talk through our approach around how we connect that to our tactical equity plans. We'll talk through some key ways in which the implications was formatted into themes. And then we'll contextualize what this means for compounding disparities in the 4, 8, and 9 as budget decisions are made. So want to start out by setting the stage around when you look at equity, it's looking at an approach where you're allocating resources that address a clear gap, disparity, or deficiencies. It's important to note that not all districts are the same. They're not all starting at the same place historically. And so when you're making decisions, it's important to look at equal decisions will not address the historic inequity that has incurred in the 4, 8, and 9, and also in some areas of district number 3. And so just want to make sure that we are conscientious of inequity is compounded when you're making decisions within neighborhoods that has already experienced historic disinvestment. That we also have gaps. And so those gaps include our assets. So this could be like our levies, an opening or a breach. So equity occurs in all different ways, not just in the way that we interact with our neighborhoods, but also our infrastructure. Equity also impacts our employee workforce. As decisions are made to reduce our workforce, we most certainly see those impact to our employees, which include higher work burdens for folks who are still here carrying out day-to-day duties. And more notably, making sure that we talk about equity in terms of the way that disparities impact opportunities to access across the districts. When we look at equity implications at each section of the department summary, you'll have a list of the implications for either the reductions, the adjustments, or the unfunded request. And with that, the way that we define equity implications is looking at progress towards how we address said disparities, gaps, or deficiencies by using our key performance indicators. Think of a think of the TEPs as a repository to address the way that we address disparities on a continual basis operationally. So TEPs can be used as decisions are made, ways that we continually look at our fiscal resources, or as Chair Foster will say, our book of business. There are always opportunities to address gaps, deficiencies, and disparities in the way we do our work operationally. So let's not forget about that part of the work as well as we are looking at the decisions that are in front of you this entire week. As a reminder, with Volume 2, we track equity highlights. These are things that are showing our progress. We look at opportunities with departments. Our team provides ongoing coaching to not just look at the way in which you may have budgets to address your decisions, but there are other opportunities to address the way that gaps show up in our operation on a daily basis. And of course, at the end of each section, you're going to see the enumeration of equity implications for those three categories. It's important to note that the work that we do with our departments, it's not to be looked at in a silo. Our work is interconnected in ways that are very dynamic. And so essentially, when you make decisions to reduce maintenance within general services, that shows up in the way in which our folks in our neighborhoods experience our parks and our recreation centers. So when making decisions, it's looking at how connected our departments are across the board. So as a result, these categories are themed in a way in which when you make decisions around more overtime allocations, then that creates opportunities for transportation to address backlog, right? And the same thing when you make decisions around our general service department, it impacts our facilities in a way that we're able to respond to those requests. And so these thematic categories allows us to look at equity implications within themes so you can see our work without being in silos. Now, it's not exhaustive. I will say that. We didn't want to make the whole report about equity implications and themes, but just know that section on page 59 allows you to step out and zoom into the interconnectedness of the way that we look at equity implications across multiple departments. If you don't hear anything from me today, these reductions are within the context of the way that our works work in tandem with each other. As an example, and I want to just acknowledge Todd, leader of our stormwater department, want to give you an example of the way that the work connects. At the end of each department summary, we have tagged the tactical equity plan number, goal, and objective. So for example, this year, we see when you look at the TEP goal, clean water, reduce pollution, et cetera, we see some reductions to the water quality monitoring work. And so with that, that's objective number 3. So the way that you would follow this is that you have a goal, you have an objective, and then the budget reduction would impact the ability for that department to monitor pollutants in our water. And then you get the equity implication. And so this example kind of walks you through how each department has a goal and an objective, and then you overlay the equity implication to that reduction. And so for objective number 3 for stormwater, we most certainly have an implication there around what that may mean in a way in which we connect the analysis of identifying pollutants in our storm channels. In example being with the reduction this year, 175,000, and it's going to impact the ability to do water quality improvement plans around that particular objective that you saw on the screen before. The same thing for the reduction in the way in which we monitor pollutants in our water body. And so this shows you how transportation, they're very methodical at how they use KPIs to track where they're at. And the reduction of that will impact their ability and delay their ability to make sure that we are responding to pollutants in our water systems. Another TEP goal for the stormwater department as an example is actually objective number 6. In this budget, you see elimination of the Think Blue education program, and that's really used as a way to educate the public around ways to reduce pollutants in our storm channels. And so that's another example where when you're reading the equity implications, it's in the context of those technical equity plans, objectives, and goals. And so the reduction to the Think Blue program, you'll hear more from my team around what that means for providing information and resources to our neighborhoods and really looking at how we can mitigate the causes to stormwater pollution. And there are other themes, as you can see here, I could have highlighted a lot of departments. You're gonna hear my team talk about them after every presentation, but wanted to also highlight the additions as well to our levy maintenance. And so this is required for our accreditation. And so our team looks at the equity implications around additions as well. But it's important to notate that that's just a part of the conversation. We want to look at an ongoing basis how we continually manage our levees, not just the San Diego River, but also the Tijuana River levy as well. This is a huge one, I would say, in regards of the wetland channel clearing. So this connects to a TEP objective for stormwater. So you do see a reduction, which we all experienced this with the floods, in that when you have a reduction of this sort, things will grow in our storm channels, and later on, it will decrease the department's ability to remove those items. And so this one is an equity implication that we experience the need to do some emergency declarations around clearing those channels. So this is another one that we see the flooding occurred in historically red line neighborhoods. So making sure that we see the connection of how decisions of this sort impact our high flood channels, which are in our historically red line neighborhoods as well. So want to make sure that we are putting the impact to this one in context to the department's inability to continually maintain those channels. General services, you're going to hear a lot about that in terms of the 13 vacant positions that are up for reduction and what that mean across all of our facilities. It's voluminous, given the need to address the ways in which our libraries, our recs, and even our own facilities that we're sitting in currently. And so just wanted to highlight that a part of the TEP for general services is to make sure that they're providing that to all of our departments. So this reduction is a huge one in terms of how we're able to maintain leaky roofs and all the things. And quite adamantly, those costs become public liabilities later on because things keep breaking. So looking at this category, we see the implications here around with our team, my team in the IBA. You're going to hear us talk about these implications throughout every section in terms of what that means for our facilities. The same for our fleet vehicle infrastructure. You see a reduction in this category as well that impacts our climate action plan strategy in terms of converting all of our fleet vehicles to electric or zero emissions by 2035. So wanted to just walk you all through the themes that you will see in this report. So council, as you're reviewing this, you're reviewing the budget additions, reductions, and unfunded requests in the context of the TEP objectives for each department. And we're thinking about ways that we can mitigate those operationally on an ongoing basis. And Councilman Capillo, I'm glad you are here in terms of the difference in gaps, disparities, and deficiencies. And so that's laid out so we can make sure that we're having those conversations. I do want to take a moment to highlight this as we are looking at making decisions in our parks and our libraries. When equity work is done at its highest, it's understanding that D, 4, 8, and 9 have higher concentrations of poverty rates. I want that to sit in this space for a moment in terms of any additional reductions actually compound currently historic disparities in those recreation centers. And so essentially, if more reductions are made to those locations in those districts, you see compound disparities for folks who have already been existing in a level of inequity for adamantly, Councilmember Moreno, thanks to your championship of the study, the programming audit, it's a real reality. So wanted to put it into context is that we don't want to compound the issue that folks in poverty are experiencing and has experienced. And so this shows you it across the district as well. And so kind of went over that in terms of the compounding disparities in those districts. But also to make sure that there are some districts like District 3, there are some neighborhoods that are very unique. So when looking at this, you want to maybe narrow in on the neighborhood level, the census tract to see how those rec centers are nuanced in those areas. And in closing, some citywide equity implications that council may want to consider is Title VI responsibilities. So council may want to consider the creation of a language access policy, determine the creation of language access plan. So you see a transfer in this position from our DOF department to our P&C department, and there's a workload implication for our staff. The disparity study, council may want to consider how the timeline for how regularly the study should be conducted. You don't see a request this year for that study, but we want to maybe think about operationally, what is the cadence for that? Waiver of the climate equity funds, considering and reviewing past data as we see a continual allocation to reduce those funds, to look at the way in which how those funds have served us in our structurally excluded disinvested communities. We're going to have robust conversation around the cultural affairs grant program. So council may want to consider what is the policy that entails and dictates threshold for awarding targets to organizations based on their annual earnings. Opportunity fund, council may want to consider the continual funding difference between rec centers in the northern and southern areas. And if there's decisions that are made to keep some recreation centers open, then how does that fund really serve the disparities in the northern areas? And so council may want to consider that. Last but not least, we're making a lot of decisions using the climate equity index. So we might want to consider how that tool may warrant an update to make sure we're tracking the right and concise indicators to measure progress. And as you're going through today, feel free to pull me or the team here to look at the ways that TEPs can be used on an ongoing basis to eliminate gaps and disparities. That's all I have. Look forward to any questions.
And thank you so much for the presentations. We will now go to the council members for questions or comments. We will begin with Councilmember Elo Rivera.
All right, thank you, Chair. Charles, thank you, Jillian, Kim, and everyone from the IBA who worked on this. I appreciate the consistency, Charles. I mean, a lot of what we're hearing today is exactly what you said you would be telling us a few years back if certain changes weren't made. And I know that that was the continuation of actually decades of certain points that the IBA has made. So I want to just say thank you for the consistency and the honesty. That's incredibly important. So one of the I think the takeaways for me as I'm listening and have listened is that there's no easy outs this year. And there's going to be really difficult decisions that need to be made that have significant impacts. And there's no easy way to do this. So in that conversation about there being no easy outs, I think sometimes we can look to what may be low-hanging fruit, but in a small quantity, and hope that low-hanging fruit will amount to a lot more than it actually can. And I think we're starting to hit, I want to ask, because it seems like we're hitting that point when it comes to middle management, that there were meaningful savings to be had. We should take a close look at that. And there's only so much there on that branch to pull from without having significant operational impacts. Jillian, I appreciate you contextualizing what the ratio looks like in comparison to other government agencies, and I think private and public entities. That 11%, that include private as well?
That's across the entire nation, which includes both public and private entities.
Yeah, and we're at about 13 to 1,
It's 13.9 to 1,
13.9, so almost 14 to 1, and then it was 11 to 1 across all.
with the general caveat that we're using shorthand to say unclassified is
Right.
management and classified is not.
So that's really important to note because again, I think there's this, we can find something that's meaningful and needs to be looked at. And also at the same time, it can be true that there's no easy outs, that there's, that one move is only going to get us so far. And I think that was kind of driven home to me within the last couple of weeks. I was at a community event and a couple of city employees approached me because their manager is one of the managers who's going to be cut. And they were talking to me about the work that person does on a day-to-day basis and what that would mean for their ability to do their jobs, which is very, very frontline and public facing. So Jillian, if I heard you correctly, you did encourage the council to look at which departments, there's still disparities across departments. Can you give us some guidance as to where we should be looking? Where should we be looking for those disparities?
Yeah, I think, so our write-up in the unclassified, classified position section calls out several departments. There's Panda Communications, there's HSSD, there's Human Resources, there's also council, there's independent offices as well that have a higher ratio of unclassified.
And so this is where the shorthand becomes kind of important to kind of dig through the nuances, because there's folks who are unclassified but are doing the work. They're not just sitting behind someone's shoulder and watching people do work, which I think is when we lean too far into this narrative, we are giving the impression to folks in the public that there's a whole classification of workers at this city who are standing around watching other people work. And again, we need to be as efficient as possible, but I also think that we need to not pretend as if there are easy ways out of this or that there are lots of folks who aren't doing real work. That being said, I do think that there's an important note, even in those departments that you just mentioned, we've raised questions in previous budget years about what work we as a council or the public can actually understand is being done there. I'll use communications as an example. We've had this conversation before, and I think multiple council members have raised this concern that we don't necessarily know how to explain to the public what communications department does that they can see and feel and makes their lives better. So I'll just say that I appreciate that guidance, and we'll definitely be looking to dig in over the course of this week with the caveat that I know that we could completely eliminate all those positions. And correct me if I'm wrong, Charles, that would not solve our structural budget deficit, correct?
You would still have more cuts you need to find.
Or revenue to find.
Ideally, yes, but realistically, there's not going to be a large pot of revenue to save the day this year.
In this cycle.
Yeah.
Correct. Well, I appreciate that, Kim. Thank you for what you laid out. I think I especially appreciate the last bit where you break down that low to moderate income presence in different districts. I think sometimes when it sounds like a couple of us or a few of us are unhinged about the impacts that certain cuts will have in our district. The only reason it seems unhinged is because there's a disconnect between the way people think of San Diego as a whole and what it looks like in reality in parts of the city. 7 in 10 people in my district fall into the category of low to moderate income. And so any proposed impact that will have a disproportionate impact on low to moderate income people, that means it's going to hit 70% of my district. And that's why, I'll just speak for myself, I push so hard back on those proposals. It's not abstract. It's a significant majority of the people who I represent. Not to mention, it's the people who've been the most left behind by the city for the longest period of time, and that there was intent behind leaving those folks behind in the past. So thank you for pointing out what you did, Kim. I think that, and I'll wrap up here, Chair. The directness that you provide that information with is super helpful. It forces us to reckon with uncomfortable truths that are present in this budget and have been present in previous budgets in terms of what the impact of the proposed budget would be, and the impacts of the way that we've been doing things are felt in our community. So thank you again for all the work that's done. I will certainly be letting it guide me over the course of this week. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for those comments. We will now go to Pro Tem Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the IBA and the Division of Race and Equity for the presentations. I think turning to you, Charles, just to get a broader understanding, given the structural deficit we're already facing, can you walk us through in the next 12 to 24 months what you would anticipate to be the largest potential external risk factors that we should be keeping in mind, especially given the volatility that we're seeing with economic conditions, gas prices impacting tourism, et cetera?
Sure. There are two large, almost enormous risk factors that I would identify. One is external in that it's kind of nationwide, and one is still external, but more internal to the city of San Diego in particular. The large macroeconomic issues are if the country runs into a recession, that will mean that our major general fund revenues, those ongoing revenues that we rely on year after year to balance our budget, would go down. And unless our costs go down, that will require additional reductions. The other more significant immediate potential is frankly a ballot measure that's currently being circulated to set the city's trash collection fees to zero in 2028 and 2029. If that were to happen, the city's obligation to pick up trash from single-family homes would not go away, but the revenue that would be generated from a trash fee would, and that would have an impact of, depending on where you land, on if we reduce services to a bare minimum or if we want to continue our current plan to improve our collection rates, it could have an impact of up to $150 million. I want to be clear, that's a very substantial amount. That's almost twice what we spend on libraries in any given year, somewhat close to what we spend on streets in a given year. It's more than we spend on our stormwater infrastructure in any given year. If the general fund needs to make up that difference, then we need to be having a very different conversation next year, which isn't just where are our cuts to a department going to do the least harm to that department, but which department should we just not fund, frankly. That last bit is a little bit of editorializing on my part. You could decide that you want all departments to take a haircut. It would be a very severe haircut. They would all be bald, but ultimately you'd be setting up departments to not be able to provide the services that you are expecting them to provide, and I don't think that that would be fair to them or the public.
I'm sure the chair is asking what's wrong with being bald, but that's okay.
I should have looked at my
I'm just looking in the same
laptop.
direction here, so sticking out. Yeah. I think that's helpful to hear. I think we all see the major external factors right now from a economic standpoint, and that certainly weighs on all of us. We've heard that year over year, but this year in particular seems to have been especially volatile. But what's potentially coming in November, I think is something that most folks in the public are still fairly unaware of. I don't know if this would be relevant for the May revise, but if there's some possibility to get a better understanding of the potential range of impacts that could cause, I think that would just be helpful for us to have in the back of our minds, especially as we're discussing how to deal with the cuts that we're already facing this year.
And I would just note that I expect that will be part of the conversation when the Environmental Services Department is presenting their budget.
Thank you. One other item for analysis that I'd like to ask if you could help to provide in the next report following the May revise is an analysis of the budgetary reductions that this council incorporated as part of its final budget for FY26, especially those that were not implemented operationally. It would be helpful to have a full summary of what components of that were simply reincorporated into the FY27 budget as additions. I think we're going to dive fairly deep into everything else, and so I think those are the areas that I've got for you just to start. So thank you.
All righty, thank you for those comments. Not seeing any other members on the lights. I will bring this. Well, I guess why don't we do this? Why don't we move on to to public comment.
Thank you, Chair. The public comment period for sub-item A is now open, and we have received 5 speaker slips from individuals in council chambers, and there are 6 hands raised in the virtual queue. Each speaker will have 1 minute to speak to sub-item A. We will begin with Michael Zuquette, and you've been seated time by Kareen Wilson. Kareen, if you could raise your hand, please. So you'll have 2 minutes to speak to sub-item A.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members of the City Council, Mr. Mayor. Michael Zuquette, representing the San Diego Municipal Employees Association, joined by my colleague Kareen Wilson, who you all know and will be engaging with you this week and in the coming weeks. Wanted to reiterate a lot of the talk that's already happened about the need to structurally balance this budget. Want to appreciate the mayor and the council for the work you did on that front, both on the cutting and revenue side last year, the work that the mayor has done in this proposed budget, and the work you're about to do to bring us to the most structurally, truly balanced budget in any memory at the city. And that is what needs to be done. Painful as it is on many fronts. And as Councilmember Elo Rivera said, it doesn't seem to be a lot of obvious easy outs or low-hanging fruit left. So we're down to the rough stuff. But it is what needs to be done, and we ask that you keep that in mind throughout this process, as a lot of people object to a lot of cuts, and they have a lot to object to. But at some point, this is what needs to be done. If everything's a priority, nothing's a priority, and so we look forward to engaging with you to finish that job. Did want to recognize the Chief Financial Officer, Rolando Charvel, and by extension, Mayor Gloria. These last couple of months, at least for us, has been in sort of an unprecedented process with this administration or any other in terms of engagement and communication on these budget options. And I believe that's been happening with many of us. And it has helped underscore how difficult it is and the choices that are ahead. And so we appreciate that. And hopefully that's helpful to your process going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob Edwards, you'll be followed by Johnny Charming and Marco Briones.
Thank you. I'd like to say you all did a beautiful job of putting the budget together. My question is where is our mayor? Where's Todd Gloria? I think his presence is very important. I'd like to say there is no easy outs, that cuts across the board are necessary. But we need to better prioritize. What departments need haircuts? Of course I do, but what departments don't? That there's some departments well overstaffed. But we should not be making cuts in our police department. That is a hiring freeze. That we need to more strategically cut where it needs to be cut and not have a hiring freeze on our police department that is to serve and protect our citizens. Also, we need to confront some serious things in our city. The mafia infiltration is gonna go.
Thank you. This does conclude your time.
Thank you.
Johnny Charming.
My apologies. Just for a point of clarification, Mayor Gloria is here. He is present for the hearing, so I just want to make sure we all understand that. Thank you.
Johnny, please. Oh, we could go, let's go to Marco then. Marco, please. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Marco Briones. I'm the political director of the San Diego and Imperial County Labor Council. We represent over 100 unions and 200,000 working families. I want to thank Mayor Gloria, his team, and these council members here today. I know this is not an easy process. We want to thank the IBA in particular for giving us such clarity in how we got here and bringing us back to the message. Promises deferred coming due. San Diego is not alone in feeling the sting of an economy that is working for some, but not all. We stood here and walked the streets countless times advocating numerous times for revenue streams and creative solutions like Measure A so that those doing exceedingly well pay their fair share. We understand that we cannot operate at a deficit and cuts must be made. We're regulars in these halls fighting for our members. We view them as essential to their communities. We ask that our voices and their voices be considered in this process and stand committed to helping us find a path forward where our most vulnerable communities do not fall further behind while others thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Johnny?
Do you know if I have 90 seconds or 2.5 minutes?
You have 1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you. All right. Hi, my name's Johnny. I'm a resident of San Diego. I've been listening this morning. I hear that there's no resolution without cuts. And I hear that those cuts compound historic disparities. I hear that every department is interconnected. I agree with all of it. But I'm not hearing alternatives, and they exist. We're facing a $118 million deficit, part of a projected $1 billion shortfall through 2030. We used one-time COVID relief to buy time. That time is up, and we don't have any new solutions to show for it. The proposed response is to cut arts, reduce library and rec center hours, and restrict access to our parks and public spaces, while the only departments getting more money are police and fire. We're defunding everything that keeps our people connected, creative, and well, and spending more to manage what happens when they're not connected, creative, and well, and that's actually a self-destructive cycle. We have proof. The city projected $15.5 million from Balboa Park parking. The actual revenue was about $2.2 million. Attendance dropped 34%, restaurants lost up to 40%, museums expected $10 million loss.
Thank you.
And
This does
I do
conclude
have
your
solutions
time.
if you want to hear the models. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take all comments to, you can email councilcommittee@sandiego.gov with additional comments. We will now move to the virtual queue. There are 8 hands raised in the virtual queue, and I've started the 5-minute timer. We will begin with Andrea Ebbing. Please unmute and begin.
Hi, this is Andrea Ebbing. I'm not sure why we're funding more for opioid beds when we have leaders who are driving opioid distribution. We might want to look at the total dollar amount that the lack of prosecutions for real actual felony crimes has actually cost us, all the homelessness it's cost us, all of the malfeasance that takes place from the office of the district attorney, and the damage that she's done throughout this county. I'm actually at Scripps La Jolla right now getting an angiogram for after being beaten to nearly death by Officer Anthony Warner on May 21st. So I'm actually calling you from a hospital bed for a lawsuit that you're going to have to account for tens of millions of dollars because it stems from a falsified prosecution by Summer Steffen, which resulted in a ruptured aneurysm, 2 ruptured aneurysms, and a falsified $100,000 warrant for getting brain surgery on November 4th. Big issues ahead, and I will expose the hell out of everybody, I promise you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, phone number ending in 8700. Please press *6 and begin.
Natalie, 1 or 2 minutes.
1 minute.
Oh my God, thank you. This is just going to be mostly blessings. Chair Foster III, as chair, I send you thoughts of well-being and blessings. You have my support throughout this budget cycle. Same for the committee as a whole, our mayor, all employees, and the rest of our public. Thank you, IBA, for the beautiful photo that begins your report. 312 pages. You get 5 stars. Absolutely 5 stars. I want to quote our IBA. Critical to align ongoing expenses with ongoing revenue to provide stability and restore public trust End of quote. Department of Race and Equity, I love you. Gratitude to all of you. My big like are the KPIs, and we're rolling on them. Keep it up. When you pull one corner of the universe, you pull
Thank
the
you.
rest
This
of it
does
with you.
conclude your time. Thank you. Our next speaker, Sally Small, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Good morning. Hi. I'm from D4 Emerald Hills, and I'm speaking on my own today. I am frustrated, as always, that equity is still being ignored by the mayor's office for just about everything, whether it's parks and recs or libraries or Office of Child and Youth Success and arts and culture. All are part of public safety, and they need to be prioritized way higher than they are, which is shrunken to little tiny bits. Thank you to Race and Equity, Kim Desmond's team, and to the IBA for every effort that they're making to clear up information that we don't understand or don't know. And we need to get people involved in this all the way along. And I'm sorry that there's so few people online and in person today. It hurts my heart. I hope tonight is better.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Catherine Rhodes, please unmute and begin.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and there is low-hanging fruit. That is Council District 2 candidate Mandy Havlick and I's two TOT reform ballot measures for the transit occupancy tax. Our first measure one is to change the definition of operators to include online travel agencies. My calculation says that 77 to 144 million. That solves the structural budget deficit. My question is, why hasn't the IBA ever called me in the 12 years that I've been putting this forward so that we could solve this easy, super easy solution? And if you could discuss it as an alternative to all these cuts, that would be actually great. The second is our measure two, the replacement for the convention center expansion that's going to be ending in 3 years. This is a 4% TOT with 1% for libraries, Balboa Park, and the arts.
Thank
There
you.
is solutions.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. Our next speaker, Blair Beekman, please unmute and begin.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Happy May to everyone. Thank you that the mayor is here. He attends, public meetings once a month. He has staff there. It's really good he does that as a strong mayor city. I hope he keeps that up. Thank you that he's here. With that said, boy, just once again, my message this week is going to be, how can we be talking more about programs that can be saved, the concepts of equity, as to talk about our process. The cities of Oakland and LA, they've had like billion-dollar deficits themselves, and they've really cut back a lot, and yet are still providing social services and talk positively about social services instead of this talk about continuous haircuts for each other. And we have to change our approach in San Diego, in the very least, and how do we have conversations more positively? Can we please be working towards those things? Thank you.
Thank you. The 5-minute timer has concluded. We have 5 hands remaining in the virtual queue. We will take no additional callers after these 5. John Stump, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. Inconvenient truth. The inconvenient truth of this budget is that police and fire are running a scam on overtime to keep their staffing under budget, under requirement. And the other inconvenient truth about this budget is that city employees are paid and compensated at a level greater than the constituency, the residents of the city. You need to do an analysis that compares the median income for city employees to the median income for the city. The median family income is about $80,000. No city employee makes that little.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This does conclude your time. Our next speaker, Peggy Walker, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. The presentation set a budgetary goal is to eliminate gaps that impede equitable access to resources to thrive. With that in mind, budgetary considerations must look at equity implications for youth, tobacco and cannabis use rates to fairly address health needs of underserved populations. An American College of Preventive Medicine study found a disproportionately high prevalence of tobacco and cannabis use among non-white youth. It highlighted need for tailored interventions to address racial disparities in tobacco and cannabis use among Black and Hispanic youth. Please consider that tailored strategies are needed not only for opioid use, but to mitigate racial inequities related to negative tobacco and marijuana use outcomes so that all may thrive. Thank you.
Our next speaker is the original. Please unmute and begin.
Yeah, if you weren't racketeering with our money, I mean, we wouldn't be in these types of situations. So it's extremely sad that we can't really just be honest about what's going on. And if you guys really cared, you would be taking pay cuts yourself as well as Todd, instead of like, he has in the past taking our money to make stupid music videos that are fucking ridiculous, but just shows what a clown show he is. And as a mayor, because you shouldn't be proud of what's going on or what we're facing, but you should be taking responsibility for it. And we shouldn't be giving, the police department any more money when they brutally assault and murder and do many nefarious things. And we just continue to give them more money. It's crazy. It's like, Anthony Warner shouldn't be on paid leave. He should be fired, and we should be taking his salary and using that to, fill the budget gaps, along with many other officers that have done the
Thank you.
same.
This does conclude your time. Our next speaker, Kathleen Lippett, please begin. Kathleen Lippett, I've asked you to unmute.
Yes. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I think that the policies that the city has adopted and the trends of the direction where they believe or they assert that they are providing compassionate responses, it's clear that none of their policies have actually accomplished that. So even though this was tongue-in-cheek, giving ex-cons licenses to sell drugs in underprivileged neighborhoods is not reparations. It's abuse of the very communities that have been negatively impacted by drug use in the first place. And even though the glib remark this morning, even that the homeless struggle with Newsom, the homeless have won. They have declared victory is really truth in jest. It's hard to hear, but that is exactly what has happened. All the money that has been spent on it, you've grown the bureaucracies that address this issue, but nothing
Thank
else.
you. This does conclude your time. And our final speaker in the queue is Judy Strang. Please begin.
Good morning, City Council. Thank you. Our families talked often about the budget situation here in San Diego, where so many of us live. And when we examine how we do family budgets, and I realize there's some very differences, but there is some similarities. And what we as a family have always tried to do is to have two guiding principles. One, how do things look? Are they clean? Are they gracious? Are they organized? Are they kind? And I would like to suggest that with Disney bringing us multi-million-dollar contracts in the next couple of years as they dock more ships, more cruise ships, we got to take a better look at what people are going to see. And two is, how do the decisions we make affect children? Because those choice making that children see and do and make are going to affect them as adults. And we need to be very careful about what we take away from them that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair, this concludes public comment.
Alrighty, thank you to all the members of the public for participating. We will now move to any final council member concluding remarks on sub item A. Not seeing anyone on the lights. I would just offer a few comments and just thank you to the IBA's office. Also, thank you, Kim, for your information. Hopefully, the public will see as we made the move with the Department of Race and Equity to the IBA's office, that there is more information available, and I think some real information to consider as we look at equity and continue to bring equity to the forefront. I think clearly there's still some more work to do, and I will just say I think as we talk about management positions, what's in front of us, I still think we need to take a look at our operations and really determine, because I think there's some still decisions that need to be made as to what is a must-have and what is a want. And I think we need to have further discussions regarding that. I will say some of the decisions that are in front of us are pretty troubling. Not sure how we can make a decision to cut stormwater staff or efforts and not at the same point in time indicate how we are going to maintain our channels and so forth as we just went through a disaster and just want to make sure that we are not going to be repeating that disaster. So as far as I'm concerned, as we do make these cuts, again, just because there may be a cut does not mean that the work goes away. No different than the conversation we just had about trash. We can't collect fees. We don't have the decision to say we're no longer going to collect trash. So thank you for that. And that will bring us to the conclusion of sub-item A. We will now hear sub-item B. Natalie, please introduce sub-item B.
Item 1, sub-item B is introduction to fiscal year 27 budget overview and financial branch overview, which includes special promotional programs, citywide program expenditures, risk management, and information technology. Chair?
Thank you so much. Mayor, I see you standing at the podium. Please introduce yourself and your team and feel free to present.
Thank you, Chair Foster. Good morning, Chair Foster and members of the Budget Review Committee. On April 15th, I published a draft city budget for your review. I formally presented it to the full City Council 2 weeks ago. And today marks the start of your detailed public review, where we move from the broad shared priorities to specific investments that will serve our residents. This is a challenging moment for our city. Closing the structural deficit will not be easy, and this week's discussions will make that obvious. Our city's executive team, the chiefs, our department directors, and city staff are here to present their portions of the budget. They understand the day-to-day workings that is necessary to run the 8th largest city in the United States, and they will be available to you throughout the week to answer your questions. I have full confidence in this team, and they stand ready to support you as you weigh how best to use our limited resources. This budget process is a shared responsibility. My team and I are here are committed to giving you the tools that you need and information as well to adopt a budget on June 9th. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to introduce this item. I will now turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Rolando Chaval.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Chair Foster, members of the Budget Review Committee. I'm Rolando Chavel, Chief Financial Officer. With me is Ben Battaglia, Finance Director. We're going to be covering an overview of the FY27 draft budget, and then after that, we're going to be covering the Finance branch. So on April 20th, we provided an overview of the FY27 budget. Instead of covering that presentation again, we wanted to spend some time on some foundational concepts that explain from a historical perspective why we have a structural budget deficit, some of the limitations on the funding that we have, and then also touch on some of the zero-based budgeting work that we've done. Here's an overview. You can go back one slide. Of the presentation. Again, we'll talk a little bit about the overall $6.4 billion budget and some of the restrictions that those funds have. More of a historical view of the causes of a structural deficit. Some of the more recent impacts to our structural deficit. We're going to touch on general fund budget and some of the limitations we have as well there in terms of how much discretion we have and which areas we can actually reduce. And then again, we'll be providing some supplemental information on zero-based budgeting. So here's a picture, a pie chart of the entirety of the citywide budget. And this is important, obviously, as council members, you are aware of this, but for members of the public, members of the media, this is an important point to make. About a third of our $6.4 billion citywide budget is the general fund. That is the portion that is mostly supported by taxes. This is where some of the discretionary expenditures take place, basically funds that are not supported necessarily by fees, but by our property taxes, sales tax, DOT, and that covers obviously our public safety function, our neighborhood services like both libraries and parks, some of our street and stormwater infrastructure work. And then you have the other two-thirds of that $6.4 billion pie that we work on, and those are mostly locked into restricted sources. This will include the largest pieces being our public utilities department, for example, where water fees, sewer fees can only be used on that specific operation and to maintain the infrastructure. And those again are mostly funded with specific fees. In terms of our structural deficit, I wanted to highlight four main causes that have driven a lot of the underinvestment that we've seen over the last couple of decades that mostly impact our aging infrastructure. One, our lower sales tax rate compared to other large cities in California, the deliberate underfunding of the pension system that took place in 1996, 2003 that we're still paying for, the underfunded stormwater federal and state mandates that continue to be a strong pool on our budget, and then finally touch on the trash fee that we have basically been providing for free, at least for more than a century until FY26. So here you'll see a graph of the 10 largest cities in California by population and the sales tax rate that they have. You can see Oakland at 10 and 3/4 at the top of the list here. The average being closer to around 8 and 9%, and then towards the bottom of the graph here, you see San Diego together with Anaheim at 7 and 3/4. So basically, San Diego being at the lowest level of sales tax rate when you look at the entire state. Anaheim, obviously, a lot of tourism money coming in and through their hotel tax. I'm sure they make more than their fair share from that revenue source. Now, just a little bit of context there, 1% of sales tax is about $380 million, right, for the city, at least for the city of San Diego. Moving on to this next slide, this shows the pension underfunding and the impact that it's had on the city's finances, on the general fund. Back in 2019, Buck created an actuarial analysis on the impacts that the underfunding of the pension system that took place back in 1996 and 2003 had on the city. These were the efforts that the policymakers at that point made to basically provide increase in benefits, and at the same time reducing the contributions to the pension system. So in this graph, you see the black bars showing the liability as a whole. You can see it decreasing with time as the payments have been made, and then the gold bar, and you see how the pension payments associated with this obligation have continued to increase because of interest being applied to the liability. Overall, you see that the payment on an annual basis has ranged between $88 million and $188 million, right? So these are dollars that could have been going on an annual basis to maintain our infrastructure and would have made a big difference in terms of where we stand now. Here is another important area that has created a lot of budget pressure for the city. This relates to our stormwater mandates as part of the Clean Water Act being enforced by the state. Typically, other cities have a storm drain fee. We have a fee, but it's minimal, really barely covers any of the expenditures. And you can see here how this shows the last 7 years. This is when stormwater became its own department. You can see the increasing costs. It shows both operating and capital expenditures going from about $48.5 million in FY21 all the way to peaking at $151.8 million after a lot of the emergency work that took place because of the 2024 January storms, and then leveling off at about $116 to $119 million in the following two fiscal years. This is on top of the $733 million in debt capacity that has been basically reducing our ability to fund other infrastructure needs. And as we continue to move forward and we continue to see this side of our infrastructure, we continue to see emergencies that are continuing to crowd out and eat into our capacity to fund other critical CIP projects. Here's the fourth component, looked at in a little bit more detail. You can see refuse collection cost recovery since FY16 all the way through FY25, which was the last year that the general fund paid for these costs. It's more than a century of the city paying for these service, while most other cities in the state have basically been able to charge a fee for them. You can see relatively flat growth all the way through FY21, but then when SB 1383 requiring organics recycling was put into place, you see a sharp increase, almost doubling the cost to provide this service to our residents, going from about $42 million to close to $80 million towards the end of the general fund funded cost for this service. So looking at it holistically, and it's not only the amount that we see in terms of the annual impact, right? It's the cumulative impact of all of these pressures on the general fund. Had we had a 1% sales tax in place over the last 10, 20 years, had we had a storm drain fee that paid for stormwater mandates, had we not had this underfunding in the pension system, had we been able to charge for trash, the cumulative impact of those dollars going on an annual basis to invest in our infrastructure would have made a huge difference in terms of our infrastructure. What's happened, though, is over the last 20 years, this has resulted in deferred maintenance, impacting our right-of-way assets, our city facilities, and our stormwater infrastructure. To round out the conversation on infrastructure, we have relied, because of these structural pressures, we have had to rely on debt service, these critical work. You can see here, as you know, we have a debt policy that sets the amount of both pension, retired healthcare, and debt for the general fund capped at 25%. The reason for that is we don't want to have fixed costs that we really don't have discretion to cut above 25%, just to have a healthy general fund. And you can see that we are getting really close to that limit, especially mostly being driven by pension and OPEB, or retired healthcare. That's shown in the darker blue bar here, and then existing debt, which is the darker, the medium color blue, and then the lighter blue being our projected expected debt issuances. You can see with the debt peaking close to FY28, then there's a reduction in our pension payment because of that underfunding that I was discussing being paid off. But then as we continue to rely on debt, that continues to put pressure and puts us at about 23% in terms of our debt ratio for the last 3 fiscal years shown in this slide. Now, looking at the more recent impacts that have also continued to exacerbate some of the structural issues on our general fund, you see property tax, our largest revenue source, accounting for about 39% of the total revenue. With mortgage interest rates being high, that's impacting the number of home sales. When you look at our growth, it's about 4.5% compared to the 5.5% we were seeing in recent years. Sales tax being our largest revenue source, about 17.3%. The impact on consumer confidence because of inflation, because of now the increase in oil prices, impacting the growth there. We're projecting about a 2% growth compared to a 3 to 4% average that we've seen in previous years. And then TOT being the third largest revenue source at 7.4%. That being impacted again by a lot of geopolitical events, as well as lower group travel, lower international travel, only seeing 1.5% growth compared to the average of 6% that we had seen in previous years. Now, while our revenues are growing at a more moderate pace or a slower pace, our costs are increasing at a much higher pace, right? So when you look at just basically to maintain the same levels of service that we were seeing for the last several years without really any enhancements, we see just, and these are just a few examples, right? Over the last 5 years, insurance cost up 168%, litigation claims, our payouts up about 87%, the cost of vehicle replacement up 60%. In FY27 alone, energy and utility costs increasing by 7.3 million. Now, when we are looking at the general fund and trying to identify budget reductions in order to address the structural deficit, you can see here how the general fund by function is composed. You can see that about half of the general fund is related to public safety. About 10% is related to infrastructure, that is transportation, stormwater. So obviously public safety being the most critical function that the city provides residents, it's an area that's really difficult to reduce. Infrastructure, it's an area that when we underinvest in infrastructure, that just means that it just increases reliability later on, either through litigation or through the higher cost of maintaining those same assets. So that really leaves a very small area that we can really work through in terms of identifying budget reductions. Here's another take on the same amount, basically a $2.24 billion general fund. You can see that more than a third of the general fund is related to fixed costs. We covered a few of them before, the pension, debt service, or retired healthcare. Those are obligations that we cannot avoid. There's other costs like workers' compensation, fleet maintenance, and other non-discretionary that make up the other amount, which basically accounts for about 37% of the entire general fund budget, which leaves less than 2/3 that relate to programs and services, maintenance and support services, and those are the areas that we have discretion to reduce. Lastly, before I hand it over to Ben, I just wanted to touch on why we have a almost $71 million increase to our general fund. You can see that those baseline additions, just basically the additions to maintain the same level of service, have increased by about $110 million. That includes, like I mentioned before, annual pension, equipment replacement, deferred capital debt service, budget or personal expenditure savings or a vacancy factor, workers' compensation. There are about $28 million that are more related to actual budget decisions that were approved. As you will see, most of them have to do with just run the business, issuing a new short-term note, and there's interest associated with it, some legal and mandated obligations, right-sizing the transportation budget. There are about $8.9 million of fully reimbursable additions. One example is adding 72 beds from the opioid restricted sources, and then about $76.1 million in reductions for a net increase of about $70.9 million. With that, I'll hand it over to Ben, and he's going to cover some of the updates on CBB related to FY27.
Thanks, Rolando. The city uses various zero-based budgeting approaches in the budget development process. Departments are required to apply a ZBB approach to several key categories, including non-discretionary accounts such as utilities, rent, and debt service, information technology accounts, non-standard hour positions such as interns and other hourly staff, fixed fringe benefits, including the annual pension payment, workers' compensation, long-term disability, and retiree health care, as well as public liability costs. Additionally, the Department of Finance identifies other areas that may benefit from a zero-based review each year. For example, a review of public safety overtime needs. And finally, departments are required to assess their baseline budgets to determine if incremental adjustments are necessary to maintain or enhance existing service levels. In these cases, departments will develop budget adjustment proposals to be evaluated and considered during the budget development process. Expenditure categories that are zero-based each year represent about 40% of the total general fund budget. The fiscal year 27 draft general fund budget includes about $891 million of $2.2 billion budget that's zero-based. The remaining budget primarily consists of budgeted standard hour positions and other non-personnel expenditures such as supplies and miscellaneous expenditures. There was a new focus for this budget process on a zero-based review of external contracts and services for the general fund, as well as specific and select non-general funds. At the start of the budget process, each department was required to review their fiscal year 26 external contracts and services budgets and itemize how they're projected to be spent in the current year by account and contract. Accounts that are part of this review include professional, technical, and consulting services, insurance, fees and permits, rent, training, and travel, among others. Each expenditure was reviewed and justified individually, with projections developed for both fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27. Departments also documented the service levels supported by the expenditures and identified whether the costs are ongoing or one-time in nature. For fiscal year 27 projections, about $4.4 million in decreased spending was identified across 23 accounts, and about $16 million in increased spending was projected across 48 accounts. The net increase is largely driven by inflation and increased operating costs, which are necessary to maintain baseline service levels. The results of this analysis help determine which areas of the budget could be decreased to support other areas of need. The fiscal year 27 draft budget includes approximately $4.8 million in general fund reductions through the zero-based review of external contracts and services. Some examples include a reduction in San Diego County jail rent costs and helicopter maintenance costs in the police department, a reduction in supplies and training costs in various departments, and a decrease in contractual costs to support labor negotiations. Over the next week, departments will be discussing the individual results of their zero-based budgeting review of external contracts and services for fiscal year 27. With that, I'll hand it back over to Rolando.
Thank you, Ben. That concludes our presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Alrighty, thank you for that. I don't believe we have any IBA comments on this specific presentation. I'll now turn to council members for any questions or comments. Seeing none. Councilmember Elo Rivera.
Thank you. I asked some of this last week, or a couple of weeks ago, but I want to kind of return to it. Rolando, I very much appreciate the context and completely agree that the combination of under or unfunding obligations of the past is part of why we're here. I think that all of that is super important. I think what I'm trying to understand is, and we've talked about this a bit before, there was mention of the sales tax, but are there other areas of revenue that DOF or the mayor's office has considered for helping us get to a better place financially? Because I don't think anyone, could be wrong, I don't think anyone likes where we're at. So to get to where we like want to be, it's going to require some additional resources, and I'm trying to understand what else DOF is thinking could help with that.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Absolutely. I think the reality is that our structural deficit is much larger than what we've been addressing once you look into deferred maintenance on infrastructure. I know there has been discussion about, especially when you look at the survey that we offer residents to take, there is a strong preference, to the extent there is willingness to increase revenue, for that to be related to tourist type revenue increases. I know the city treasurer's office has been working with Council District 1 on potentially identifying some corrections to the technical language for OTC that could potentially bring in $15 million. So we're more than happy to continue to work with the council president on that front. I know that there's other TOD measures on the table. I think those would be definitely helpful in terms of meeting our current obligations. And really, at this point, it's more the willingness of both mayor, council, and the public to support any additional revenues to try to reduce the shortfall.
I appreciate that.
That's all for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. We will now go to Council President Joe LaCava.
All right. Thank you, Chair. My apologies for coming a little bit late. I did hear some of the initial presentation, and so I want to extend my thanks for all the work that it took to bring this budget forward and how difficult the decisions had to be in where to draw the lines and come up with that balanced budget. To kind of pick up a little bit on Councilmember Elo Rivera's comments, you know, when I ran for office in 2020 and people always ask candidates, what are you going to do differently? And I kind of said, you know, there's a lot of good ideas out there that fell by the wayside because someone didn't have the appetite or the willingness to pursue. While trash fee or the People's Ordinance was probably not the most popular one right now, that was something that had been floated around for a number of years before Councilmember Elo Rivera kind of encouraged me to join and pursue Measure B. Was able to get that passed. The OTA issue is another one that's been floating around that past administrations knew about, didn't take the effort to do that, which does not take revenue out of people's pockets. And so I think not just doing things the way we've done and try to reflect back on some of those that are possible, some of those that actually don't have further financial impact on our constituents are worth digging into. The complexity of the budget has really taught me there's so many buckets, so many decisions in terms of how we've assembled that, that digging a little bit deeper on things that maybe were talked about and dismissed because there wasn't an appetite back in the day is always, I think, what our constituents are really demanding of all of us to be able to do. So I'm just going to ask one question, and you're going to hear me repeat this question as we go through departments. June of last year is still fresh in my mind. Is the budget based on items that require council action to actually implement going forward? So we approve a budget in June, and then operations last year had to come back. Parking was probably the most dramatic of that. So is this budget resting on, depending on council to approve items?
There are, non-materially, I would say no. There are a few positions that were being proposed by the City Treasurer's Office that requires an increase in the fee for some of the minimum wage, some of the Office of Labor Standards, which will be coming back in June, but that's really minimal. We're talking a few $100,000.
We're pretty much living with what we know today.
Absolutely.
To make it,
Yes.
so we don't get swept up in what happened last year. And I know there'll be contracts that will come forward to us to implement some of the actions that will be based in there, but all within the context of the budget.
There is Magic Ann's reminding me of we're issuing short-term notes. That is to avoid negative interest in the general fund. It's more of a technical matter, but that will also be subject to council approval.
Okay. Okay. That I just wanted to kind of set the table with that conversation. I'll be asking the other departments just to kind of double check on that. But again, thank you for the work. Thank you, Chair, for leading the Budget Review Committee, and that'll conclude my comments. Whoops.
Thank you so much for that. We will now go to Pro Tem Lee.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you again for this initial presentation. I think this probably could have been said even with the IBA before this, but I think there's a lot of education that needs to be done with the public to help them understand the city's structural deficit. And I think it's going to be inherent upon all of us on this council, perhaps with the help of the IBA, especially as we're going to be holding town halls, I believe, many of us, with members of the public to understand why the city is where it is and why we are severely underfunded. I do want to look at some of the particular areas of the budget that I think have been some of the most sensitive to members of the public. And those are the areas relating to libraries, park and rec, and homelessness. And Rolando, I was wondering if you could walk us through how the baseline reduction targets were determined for each of these areas.
Absolutely. So the process typically that we go through is as we issue our 5-year outlook, that's the beginning of our budget process. And at that point, we determine if there is a shortfall. In this case, there was a significant shortfall, about $88.8 million. That shortfall grew as we continued to work on the budget process all the way to about $118 million. So the first step that we take is we identify uh, um, a target reduction for all departments, thinking really trying to request more than what we need so that there's enough there to make decisions. So what we did at that point, we requested 7% that was more than the $88 million that we needed. Um, Obviously, as the budget's structural deficit continued to grow, that provided some challenges in themselves. But basically, we requested all departments to identify about 7% of reductions. That gives us enough material to work with and make decisions. There were some departments that had a lower reduction target, mostly having to do with public safety, transportation, and homelessness. From there, the decisions are compiled. We rely on the director's expertise to determine the areas of reduction that will be the least impactful to their operations. They present them through what we call the Executive Budget Review Committee, basically to better understand the impacts at the executive level of what those are, and then decisions are made, and that's the package that you see before you today in terms of what has been proposed for reduction.
So to my understanding, there was a baseline target that was given to each department that they were requested to present. How was that number determined?
It's based on the overall budget shortfall. And the idea is, like I said, to try to identify, we ask for more reductions so that we have enough to work with. In this case, because the budget continued to get worse and worse, what was submitted initially was pretty much the adjustments that we had to work on. And even then, we had to also consider other reductions as well.
So for areas like libraries, park and rec, homelessness, I assume that there were proposals that were given by those departments that were already accepted as a part of the development process of this budget. And then the remaining figure that the IBA noted in their report that was remaining, that was an additional amount that was determined that was needed to be cut from those departments.
Are you talking about the options for library, for rec centers and libraries?
Correct, yeah, so the 2.3 for libraries, for
Sure,
example.
absolutely. I can address that. So as we're going through the budget process, at least for this cycle, we really try to learn from the budget cycle last year, and we tried to engage as much as we could with council ahead of time. Obviously, we're facing a deadline where we need to basically stop all changes, which is around mid-March, so we can actually produce a budget document. So we initially, the departments identified about $5 million on the Park and Rec Center for rec center reductions. The composition of which reductions, that was something that we wanted to have greater discussions with council. At the end of the day, what we are proposing is identifying 3 options. We will be requesting feedback from the city council on those options, and then from there, identifying a proposal for the May revision.
I guess given the timeline that we've expected with the budget coming out on April 15th, and then the memo that I think we all received with the attachments for potential options, something that I've really wanted to understand is how those reduction targets were determined. Because obviously when the budget came out on April 15th, there was a set number already that was already predetermined for libraries, a set number determined for park and rec, a set number for homelessness. And I think for a lot of us on this council, especially last year, that we're trying to tie the reductions that were being proposed with operational impacts, it's hard to understand how you come up with numbers without actual operational service impacts identified in advance of that.
Absolutely. So the way the number was arrived at is, and maybe Andy and Misty will be able to better explain it, but in concept is they determined a certain number of hour reductions across the board for all of the rec centers and in all the libraries. That was the way we determined the amount. But then the second layer of that analysis was, well, should we do across the board reductions or not, right? So the base amount was based on across the board cuts, But the second layer of analysis of do we consider communities of concern and give a greater weight to maintaining those hours, that's the next step of the analysis.
Thank you for helping to understand that, because I think that maybe helps us understand how this was come about, especially because last year the discussion was a lot about across the board cuts. And I think the way that the timeline of the budget has been presented, how the options have been presented, I think frankly what it shows is that what you've brought forward to us is across the board cuts. The difference this year is that you'd like the council to make those decisions for you, as opposed to presenting a set of options based on the information that has been collected thus far. I mean, I guess I would ask the IBA, how typical is it in your experience for a proposed budget to include reductions of this magnitude without first identifying the specific operational impacts?
In recent memory, it's atypical. If you go back, I think the first budget that the Sanders administration put out was maybe an 80-page document, which didn't have any details on budget outside of the dollar amounts going to main large departments and divisions. So it's not unheard of. It is atypical in recent history. Ideally, you would see the actual programmatic impacts of what is being proposed in the budget, both additions, reductions, and maintenance.
So based on what you've heard as well, it appears that what's really been proposed is that we know we need to reduce a certain number of hours across each of these segments.
Well, I think what's been proposed is you need to, on a macro level, reduce a certain number of dollars. There was a decision made by the administration on how many dollars should be reduced from each department. And then within each of those departments, there are a number of proposed reductions that do have specific operational impacts detailed. And then you've got those 3 areas associated with rec centers, library operations, and homelessness programs where the detail is not provided in the budget. As I said in my opening remarks, there are 1,000 different ways that you can combine cuts and revenues to get to a balanced budget. And so for those 3, again, there are many, many different ways that you could get to that dollar figure. Whether or not that was the appropriate dollar figure from each department, I will leave to this council to determine. That's what we've got the next month and a half to determine.
Thank you. Yeah, I think my note here is that in past years, even when we've had these difficult decisions, what we've had is a series of options, typically between different departments and different areas of services within the city that we're trying to apportion. And the extra challenge that this council has this year is that now we're being presented with options. The entire budget is full of options, depending on how we move things. But within that are additional options that this council will now have to consider, which is information that we have asked for, especially in this last year. I think my shock is just that after a full year of asking for that, we're still at the same place, which is needing to make micro decisions based on the information that's presented. And that, I think that is especially challenging, know that the numbers that are in the budget were simply preset as predetermined numbers that we're trying to work on. And I don't think that is the discussion this council should have. I think the discussion this council should have is a broader overview of how we look to balance the budget as a whole, recognizing that there are things that we may pull from within each of these areas, but we're certainly not limited to each of these areas. There are other areas in the budget that I know there are folks in the room here for that were hard set into this proposed budget, and we did not have options presented to us for. And similarly, I think that means that those are not, this council should not treat them as well as being set already. They should be part of the full discussion as we look to move things around. So thank you for answering those questions.
All righty, thank you for that. Seeing no other members on the lights, we will move on to our next item. And I will ask staff to introduce yourselves for the record, and then we will continue with the financial branch overview. Just as a point of clarification, Rolando, once you complete your overview, before we go to, I believe the next item is special promotional programs, we will take a quick pause. I'll check in with the members, see if there's any questions or comments. If not, then we'll go on to the remaining presentations, Q&A, and so forth.
Thank you.
All right.
Absolutely. Good morning again, Chair Foster, members of the Budget Review Committee. My name is Rolando Travel, Chief Financial Officer for the City of San Diego, and I'm here with Ben Battaglia, Department of Finance Director, Angela Colton, Risk Management Director, and Jonathan Benke, our Chief Information Officer, Also here in the audience are Liz Correa, our city treasurer, Julie Rasker, human resources director, as well as members of the finance branch executive management team. We're here today to present the finance branch for fiscal year 2027. The finance branch plays a foundational role in the city's operations. Every dollar the city collects, spends, manages, and accounts for flows through the work of the departments and programs that make up this branch. We're pleased to be here today to walk you through the branch overview, the value we deliver to the city, and the budget changes proposed for the coming fiscal year. We'll be covering the first four slides, then Ben will cover special promotional programs and citywide expenditures, and those presentations will be followed by risk management and Department of IT. Go back one slide, Ben. So our finance branch is composed of 5 departments with a total of 161 employees. It is composed of 5 departments: the Department of Finance, the Department of Information Technology, Human Resources, Risk Management, and Office of the City Treasurer. There are also 2 large programs that are not necessarily, don't have employees in them, but are allocations that are managed by Department of Finance. Those include the Special Promotional Program, basically funded by TOT Fund, and the citywide program expenditures, which basically cover a lot of the costs that are not really, we're not really able to allocate throughout the city. And the total budget for the finance branch is about $605 million, a little bit over that. So before we go into the numbers, I want to just take a moment to highlight the value that the finance branch delivers every day to the organization. We have about 8 functional areas that we oversee. The financial strategy and capital planning, we're able to issue bonds, manage debt, and lead financial planning to advance the city's capital improvement program. Through the budget and financial oversight function, we develop the city's annual budget and conduct quarterly monitoring to align resources with city priorities and maintain fiscal balance. On the revenue and treasury management function, that allows us to collect, reconcile, and invest city funds, maximizing revenue and ensuring there's always liquidity to fund the day-to-day operations. Through our labor and wage enforcement team within the city treasurer's office, we enforce minimum wage, living wage, and prevailing wage requirements, protecting workers and promoting fair labor practices across the city. Through our accounting and internal controls function, we maintain the financial reporting and audit functions that ensure the city's books are accurate, transparent, and compliant. Through our technology and information systems, the Department of IT manages the city's enterprise technology platforms, including the ERP modernization projects, cybersecurity, and digital equity initiatives. Our workforce and organizational support are handled by human resources. They support every department in the city by recruiting, developing, and retaining the workforce that delivers services to San Diego and its residents. And finally, our risk management function, from workers' compensation to loss recovery and occupational safety, the risk management department protects the city's finances and workforce. Together, these functions enable the citywide service delivery and long-term financial sustainability. The finance branch's combined FY27 draft budget totals approximately $605.8 million. That's an increase of about $23 million over FY26. That is mostly related to our citywide expenditures and special promotional program increases. When you look at the positions, overall, there's a decrease of about 22.5 positions. That includes 18 reductions, 13 additions, and 17 positions being transferred out of the finance branch. All of the additions that you'll see here, of those 13 additions, all of them are reimbursable except for 2. One in the Department of IT was added to bring in-house a cybersecurity contract. So there are net savings by adding the position and reducing the contract. And then there is 1 position under risk management that was restored as part of the meet and confer process as part of the FY26 budget. The first 4 departments that you see on the slide here will have their own presentations, so I'm not going to cover those in detail. Department of Finance, about $199,000 decrease, reducing about 3 positions. The city treasurer's office has an increase of about $3 million. That's net after we brought in a large portion of the compliance department. and basically an additional 30 positions, again, mostly having to do with the compliance restructure. And then Human Resources Department reduced it by about 944,000, 3 positions being reduced. Those are also include contractual services related to our labor negotiations that are being reduced as part of our zero-based budget process. So with this, I hand over the presentation. Well, I'll stop there, Chair, and see if there are any questions.
All righty, thank you for that. I don't see any members on the lights, so we will move on to our next presentation, special promotional programs.
The Special Promotional Programs budget is funded through TOT revenues. Since August 1st of 1994, the city's TOT tax rate has remained at 10.5%. The Special Promotional Programs budget represents 5 of the 10.5 cents collected from TOT revenues. The remaining 5.5 cents is deposited directly into the general fund per the city's municipal code. Council Policy 100-03 provides guidance on programming of the TOT funding, and it states that TOT is to be used to advance the city's economic health by promoting the city of San Diego as a tourist destination and a place of creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship in the national and international marketplace, supporting programs that increase hotel occupancy, as well as attract and retain base sector businesses and entrepreneurs, development of visitor-related facilities, and supporting the city's artistic and cultural amenities and natural attractions. The 4-cent portion of TOT, $119 million for FY 2025, supports a variety of programs and services, with $92.7 million reimbursing eligible services in the general fund. A detailed listing of these services will be discussed later in the presentation. $20.6 million will support debt service payments for bonds previously issued for the Convention Center expansion, as well as the construction of Petco Park. $3.3 million will provide operating support for public safety and traffic control services around Petco Park during baseball games and special events. The Office of Special Events and Filming, and risk management support for special event insurance processing. $1.9 million will support the Cultural Affairs Division, and $1 million will support economic development programs, including the Business Expansion, Attraction, and Retention Program. In December of 2023, this council policy on TOT was updated to establish a legislative process for the City Council to recommend the use of the 1 cent of the TOT allocation. The updated policy requests that the mayor and the Department of Finance, as part of the proposed budget, provide the council with a report on the proposed use of the 1 cent of TOT within the annual budget. As requested, we included details in the citywide budget overview section of Volume 1 of the draft budget. And as part of this presentation, we are reporting that the entirety of the 1 cent council discretionary allocation, or $29.7 million, is proposed to be transferred to the general fund to support general government purposes. The fiscal year 27 draft budget includes significant reductions in the general fund to balance the budget, and transferring the 1 cent council discretionary allocation to the general fund for general government purposes, including public safety, homelessness services, and infrastructure operations and maintenance, helps reduce the need for additional cuts to operations, which would negatively impact service levels for city residents. The more significant budget adjustments for fiscal year 27 include a $12.3 million increase transfer to the general fund to support eligible services, and a $5.3 million reduction in operational support, primarily to the convention center. Historically, TOT has supported dewatering costs and the marketing contract, but Measure C TOT revenue will now support those needs. The 1 cent discretionary transfer is decreasing by $940,000 due to the overall decrease of $4.6 million in projected TOT revenues, which support special promotional programs. The Arts and Culture Program, which is funded by TOT, transferred to the Economic Development Department in fiscal year 2026. The fiscal year 27 draft budget reduces $11.8 million in grant funding for creative communities, organizational support, and impact managed by the Cultural Affairs Division of the Economic Development Department. As mentioned, approximately $92.7 million in TOT funding is proposed to be allocated to support eligible general fund services, including the administration of the TOT program, support for sidewalk sanitation, street litter containment, and street sweeping in high tourist areas, the city's lifeguard program, homelessness services, operations and maintenance of Mission Bay Park, the city's park ranger program, as well as the Balboa Park tram service. Any decrease in TOT support for these services will require additional budget reductions in the general fund. That brings me to the end of this presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. We will now turn to the IBA for comment.
Thank you, Chair. The Special Promotional Programs budget of the TOT Fund is a vehicle to provide TOT revenue to eligible city expenses that promote the city. The FY27 proposed budget projects that TOT revenue into the TOT Fund will be $6.2 million less than the FY26 adopted budget. The special promo budget expenditures can be thought of as transfers to other departments' operating budgets to support their costs. The primary reductions were a $12 million reduction to arts and culture, an $833,000 reduction to capital improvements, and a $4.1 million reduction to safety and maintenance of visitor-related facilities. These reductions total $16.9 million. The reductions allow for a $10.7 million increase in general fund transfers and reimbursements to operating departments, mainly a $9.5 million increase to HSSD, a $1.1 million increase to Parks and Recreation, and a $1 million increase to ESD. We'd also like to note that the reduction in expenditures to Petco Park debt service was the result of a bond refunding. The $3.7 million reduction to the Convention Center is being incurred by the Measure C Convention Center Fund for the first time this year. And the reduction to Mission Bay and Balboa Park improvements standalone line item is being reclassified as an increase to Parks and Rec general fund reimbursements. In terms of the council's penny for the arts goal, the proposed budget provides $1.9 million to arts and culture, which is a $28 million gap to fund the penny for the arts goal, and an $11.6 million gap to the no change target in council's budget priorities resolution. Our office, including the Division of Race and Equity, will discuss our analysis of arts and culture reductions on Wednesday during the budget review for the Economic Development Department. Thank you very much. I'm available to answer any questions if needed.
Alrighty, thank you for those comments. We will now turn to council members for questions and comments. We will start with Pro Tem Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I see that the mayor and CEO has already left as we're detailing this area of the budget. And frankly, this is one of the areas where I specifically wanted to understand how choices were made and how we're not being presented with options. Specifically, I just wanted to start, and perhaps now you can delve into this, but there are charter provisions of TOT dollars as outlined in the program here, specifically as to what counts as special promotional programs. I did notice that in the slides, it seemed to also, when you sort of mentioned that the special promotional programs was including the 1 cent TOT that's discretionary. Is that how it's set aside in the charter as well?
So the way that the fund functions, that the 1 cent discretionary and the 4 cent special promotional will get pooled into the TOT fund. And then like with anything in the TOT fund with the special promotional budget, it is up to council's discretion. DOF takes the recommendations from council's budget priorities about how to use that 1 cent and then incorporates that or doesn't incorporate that into the proposed budget. To your question about the differences in the municipal code, even though the 4 cent and the 1 cent are a special tax and a special fund, the uses of that special fund are kind of defined by the municipal code, which I'll defer to the city attorneys on, and the language that's in the municipal code about what are eligible expenses to promote the city are fairly broad.
Also, and maybe I'll let my colleagues comment on this if they choose, but I'm going to assume this is partially why council members Moreno and Campillo updated a council policy or created a council policy to try to insert council's desire on how to utilize our 1 cent discretionary portion of TOT. And that process has been in place the last 2 years or so. And so I think one of the choices that has been made is, I mean, I frankly ask, how is the council policy that's been designed to determine use of that 1 cent being met by the administration?
So part of that council policy requires the mayor and also Department of Finance to bring forward to the city council the anticipated or requested use of that 1 cent. And so as part of this budget, there were a lot of different tough decisions that had to be made. One of the decisions is to take that revenue for the 1 cent to support ongoing general fund services.
And as was pointed out, the proportion that would have been needed to meet the council's budget priorities that were outlined when we passed those, the 4 point something percentage, was about $11.3 million.
In FY26, the proportion of arts and culture funding to overall TOT was about 4.28%. If you wanted to maintain the exact same percentage with what projected current overall TOT levels are, there would have to be an additional $11.6 million just to meet that target.
Understand. And that is because at the moment that proportion is, or that percentage that's being funded is 0%.
Not exactly. There's still administration costs that are being transferred to the Cultural Affairs Department. So there's about $1.9 million that still meets the penny for the arts that's counted. So there's about 0.6%.
We can dive into that further, I think, when that item comes up, because I think I'll be curious as to how that's being broken down. But yeah, I think that says a lot about what we have apportioned here. Based on the numbers that are being presented, where's the bulk of that funding being transferred to?
Pardon me, Councilman, the bulk of what funding being transferred to?
The reduction in arts and culture funding out of special promotional programs.
Oh, the reductions are distributed across then eligible general fund reimbursements, which also takes weight off the general fund. So you could very broadly say that it's being distributed across the general fund, but specifically within the special promotional programs budget, the largest increase is for the Homeless Strategies and Solutions Department.
Got it. And so out of the I'm going to just use the $120 million that's tied to special promotional programs that's outside of the council's portion. This slide seems to show, this slide is specifically for those components that are now being transferred to support general fund activities, correct?
That's correct. So 92.7 of the about 120 million is used to support eligible general fund activities.
So over 3/4 of funding that has come in through TOT has now been, over the years, increased to primarily support reimbursement of general fund services. Some of them I absolutely understand, and many of them I do, but it is a choice that I think we make. And I'd be curious as we come back in May if there could be some analysis that shows us the trend line of how the city has moved in terms of the percentage of our utilization of SVP for general fund purposes.
We can get that for you, Councilmember.
Thank you. I was actually curious for the Business Expansion, Attraction, and Retention Program, what are the successes and drawbacks that we've seen from that program?
Thank you for the question. I'll ask if a representative from the Economic Development Department could respond to that, since they manage that program.
Good morning, Councilmember. Thank you for the question. Christina Bibler, Director of Economic Development. So our Business Retention, Expansion, and Attraction Program primarily works with businesses that are small businesses and large businesses across the city, those that are trying to come in, as well as those that are already here, and retaining those. So we do have a team that is roughly 18 FTEs funded by various different funding sources that support the city's incentive programs. So that can be everything from the foreign trade zone, our business retention expansion incentives, the business incentive program, business cooperation program, storefront improvement, et cetera. So all of those programs have various levels of success based on the type of business that that program is serving. Happy to provide this council with stats on the previous few years.
Yeah, perhaps when we get to EDD, we'll get to delve into that further.
Sure.
And then another item that was specifically in here previously that has now been moved is special events and filming. And I understand that's more so a consolidation elsewhere. Though you could help us understand if there are also positions being reduced as a result.
Special events and filming, the department is proposed to be restructured as a new division within Recreations and Parks. However, they're still proposed to be funded by the special promotional programs budget. The change has to do with the reduction of one position and the reclassification of another positions, hence the net reduction.
Okay, as we get to that segment, what I'm going to be curious about is the revenue anticipation that we typically have from the areas in which we are seeing reductions, and how we're balancing that out with expectations.
Councilmember, I'll note that for special events division now, the projected revenue that is transferred into the special promotional programs budget isn't expected to significantly change next year versus this year, but that's a good question to ask the division during Parks and Rec's presentation.
And does that include the filming component as well, where I believe the reduction is?
I believe it does include film permit revenue as well, sir.
Okay. When we get to that portion, we can discuss it. Last question I would have in this area in particular is that it was mentioned that the advertising for the convention center has been moved out of special promotional programs and is now being incorporated in the dollars being expended from Measure C. Is that something that was discussed as the possibility specifically through Measure C funding? Since I don't see it as a capital nature, which I think a lot of that focused on.
So Councilmember, hopefully our report on the convention center's budget will be released any minute now, and we'll detail that a little bit more and go over it more during their agency review on Thursday or Friday. The question about if it's an eligible expense, though, our understanding from speaking with the attorneys is that those are eligible expenses. There's an order of operations about what Measure C was intended for the convention center in order of priority, first one being expansion modernization, and the others being, in no specific order, business support, operating support, and marketing support. Yeah, I don't know, Ben, if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, and I'll just add that exactly what he just mentioned, what Noah just mentioned, is that was included in the clarifying ordinance that the council approved just a few months ago.
Okay, thank you. My last note on this segment is just that I think this is usually an untalked about segment of the budget, but this year seems to have a very glaring shift. And that is that as the city moves towards trying to achieve a structurally balanced budget as a city and a structurally balanced operation, it is hard for me to understand and believe that structurally balanced as a city means that we would have zero support for arts and culture aside from the remaining portion, which we'll discuss later, which I believe is frankly just for operational and administrative needs. It's a choice that's made. Again, this is me pointing out that in some areas we're being asked to pick between the choices that we have as a city. In this particular area, that choice was already made, and that choice is very glaring, I think, to everyone within the community. So, thank you.
Alrighty, thank you for that. And I just want to ask, as we had Council President Pro Tem asked if the mayor would be available. I just want to confirm he is no longer available to answer questions as we move forward. Is that correct?
Chair, I can answer any questions on behalf of the mayor's office. We also have members of the mayor's executive team here as well to answer any questions.
Okay, I appreciate that, but that is a no, correct? Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to Council Member Elo Rivera.
All right, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Council President Pro Tem Lee, for digging in there. I'm going to get pretty specific pretty quickly here. I very much appreciate that broader overview and the detail that you just dug into, Council President Pro Tem. Something that stood out in the IBA review was this. The proposed budget increased support for Petco Park operation by about $813,000 or 71.8%. Same time, we've heard a lot about the 86.6% decrease in arts and culture funding. Is there any context that the DOF would like to provide for that?
Yes, happy to do so. Thanks for the question. So that particular line item supports police and fire services outside of Petco Park in downtown, during ball games and also special events. The reason why you're seeing such a large increase, it's not an $800,000 increase, is because we utilized fund balance in FY26 to not, in that particular fund, in the Petco Park Fund. So we did not have to transfer as much from TOT into that fund. Now since we've already utilized all the fund balance in that fund, this is the full amount of support that's required for next year.
Noah, is there anything that you'd like to add to that?
I think the obligation for the city to cover those event costs is something that we might be able to discuss more with the department about what's required in the joint use management agreement, what the impacts would be for the city not to cover those costs, both in terms of tourism and the way that the money flows through special events revenue from Petco Park.
Yeah, I appreciate that part. Padres sold for $3.9 billion last week. $3.9 billion. They were purchased for $800 million in 2012. So they saw a 5 times appreciation during their time operating out of a publicly owned stadium. Don't get me wrong, there's lots of benefits for them operating there, but an enormous amount of money was made doing that. I know Christine had to take off, but I see Bob, I see folks who are down here begging to maintain funding for arts and culture organizations. Arts and culture organizations that serve communities and employ people, San Diegans. And we're going to increase support for a wildly profitable enterprise by 72%. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with what that says we're prioritizing, who that says we're prioritizing. Was there an analysis of the impacts on jobs or communities before the number was set for the cuts to arts and culture programming?
Councilmember Elo Rivera, no, we did not do an analysis on jobs and the impacts to the number of people employed in the arts and culture sectors. You know, as we were working to bring this budget to structural balance, we were also weighing that against the jobs that the city provides and our city workers and trying to be able to mitigate the impact to our city workers as well.
Of course, that and that I think, you know, that is a completely fair concern, and I think that's a false choice because again, I think what we're doing is subsidizing a multi-billion-dollar enterprise where folks' profits are in the billions at the expense of folks who are barely getting by here in San Diego. So my point here is really simple. I think that we should be asking ourselves why the Padres, again, who just sold for $3.9 billion, are not paying for those services that they rely on to make all that money. And if we could instead use those resources to start to account for some of the cuts that the arts and culture community is about to feel based on the proposed budget. So again, I think this is a matter of choice. It's a values question, and I don't think it is in any way unreasonable to ask billionaires and multimillionaires to pay for the services that they rely on in order to make all that money, especially if it means being able to keep San Diegans employed and San Diegans connected to programming that they rely on to have a decent quality of life, to feel fulfilled. And I think what most people would agree is an important part of what makes a community a community. So I'll be digging into that more. No, I really appreciate you pointing it out. I really appreciate you pointing out that it is there's some choice involved in that. And I think it is emblematic of a broader issue that we need to wrestle with in this budget of who it is that we're willing to subsidize and who we are asking to pay to most feel the burden of the cuts that are being proposed. Thank you.
All right, thank you for those comments and questions. We will now turn to Council President Joe LaCava.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. You know, this early in the process, I think really highlights how complex the budget is and how interrelated everything is, and trying to tease it out, as my two colleagues spoke to, and I appreciate their comments. So I want to ask kind of a fundamental question of what is the thought process that says let's fund these particular line items out of special promotional programs rather than any other funding source in the general fund?
It's really part of the just greater strategy of budgeting the general fund, ensuring that it's balanced. There's a limited amount of budget in the general fund that is eligible for this funding source. So there is kind of a balancing between utilizing this funding source as well as other funding sources to help support eligible general fund expenses. Historically, the items that you see on the table here have been funded in TOT in the past. We did identify one additional line item, the street litter containment program, at about $1 million. But essentially, it's part of the broader strategy of helping to balance the general fund.
The complexity is obviously you're talking about various city departments that we're going to be talking about later in the week. So the question is whether to talk about them now or kind of wait. But a couple of things that kind of pop out there. The Balboa Park tram service that we thought might be funded by the Balboa Park parking fees. Clearly, there is a nexus between the tram services and visitors to the community, and parking lots that are quite distant from the cultural heart of Balboa Park. We didn't do that out of this fund last year. We're putting it in this year. Is there a brief explanation?
This is more of a technical correction. There was another special fund, the Mission Bay Balboa Park Fund, that only funded the Balboa Park tram service. It was about $800,000. It's been about $800,000 a year for many years. The funding source for that is TOT. So instead of having multiple funds for this, we're essentially budgeting the tram service within Park and Rec's general fund, and then budgeting that reimbursement from the TOT fund into the general fund. So all those expenditures are now in one place.
Okay. Again, the complexity of how things are interrelated. The other thing that pops out here is HSSD. I know we're going to have a separate presentation on that, but there's a pretty sizable bump from what we did last year to this year. And help us understand, before we get into the nitty-gritty of HSSD, why that changed.
Sure. Yeah, the primary reason for that is there are just fewer grants available next year to support homelessness programs and services. That department is fully reimbursed. The general fund is fully reimbursed next year by various funding sources. One is TOT. The other large contribution is the Measure C TOT funds, and then finally opioid funding. The remainder is funded with the various state and other grants.
Okay. So I think the takeaway is just the lack of state and federal grants that we have relied on in the past may come in federal and state budgets going forward, with fingers crossed. I know many of us have, in our own different way, have been lobbying Sacramento to try to get some of that funding restored to previous levels. So, okay, I think that answers kind of the basic questions at this point. So thank you, Ben. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you for that. We will now go to Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, and thank you to the IBA for your thorough analysis of the Special Promotions Program. As I reviewed the report, I was struck by the significant changes in the allocations. Homelessness services, for example, is seeing a 55.8% increase in TOT funding compared to last year. Similarly, sidewalk sanitation funding has increased by 69.7%. These increases are made possible in part by an 0.6% reduction in arts and cultural funding. I'm concerned these homeless services and street sanitation activities will most likely stay in downtown, even as other parts of the city face similar issues. I hope I'm wrong in this assumption, but most of the work that I see take place is happening in downtown. What is particularly frustrating about this conversation is, as my role as the chair of the audit committee, we've identified several opportunities that could either save the city money or generate additional revenue. Just this year, we reviewed the performance audit of the city's management of its leased golf property portfolio, which, if implemented, could generate millions of dollars. In this circumstance, reappraising Fairbanks Ranch lease could bring in millions of dollars in additional general funds each year. I do recognize that these actions take time and are not immediate solutions to our current budget challenges, nor will this one circumstance fill the budget challenges we're seeing before us today. However, some of these audits have been on the table for years, well before the fiscal constraints we're facing today. I don't think what I see before me is something that I can get behind. To me, it seems like it wasn't thoughtful and thought out. So I just wanted to put that on the record. It's extremely painful to see what is happening to our arts and cultural funding. It's a $1 billion economic engine in the city of San Diego, and to see that gutted in such a way is really going to have major impacts, not just impacts that we're going to see at the moment or this year, but impacts that are going to continue to ripple. I would like to see the list of the sidewalks that have been cleaned out the past year, to see what this year, what my constituents can see for this up and coming year. So I will put that on the record, and obviously we'll get into more detail as those departments come in. But I can't express and I can't stress enough how just painful this is for the arts and cultural community. I was just at Fern Street Circus this past Saturday. I funded them with CPPS funds. There had to be about, I don't know, I want to say something like 50 children at South Bay Egger. And that wouldn't have happened without the CPPS funding, without the funding that we allocated in TOT funding. And to tell my residents, my children down in the South Bay, that this is now going to turn to street cleaning in downtown is very painful to me. And so I wanted to put that on the record, but I do thank you for the presentation, and I do think the IBA, and thank you to my colleagues. There was a few of us, but I think the comments were very productive this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Not seeing any other members on the lights. I think that will conclude the special promotional programs. I will close with, I too am concerned on the changes here. I think I agree with Council President. This does start to really look at just how complex the budget is as we look at all the different funding sources and eligibility associated with those funding sources. But I must say, to see increases, and I've said this since I've been elected, as we look at our homelessness, I too share in the concerns of Councilmember Reno. It is very hard for me to continue to operate and advocate as I look at the increase in the homeless population that I'm seeing in my district, and to continue to see services basically centered around downtown. This is getting more and more difficult to support, and I've been very transparent in that, and I will continue to highlight concern, as I don't think our return on investment is where it needs to be. And I think we need to do a very another deep dive into our processes, our programs, our operations, and make sure that we are meeting our intent. And that is to move people into housing. And I think if we do the proper exercise and analysis and understand how we are spending our money and the returns that we're receiving, we will look at that and say, we need to really do some considerable changes to meet our intent. With that, it looks like,
Yeah, I just want to jump in. My apologies, Chair. At the risk of rubbing salt into the deep wounds of these cuts, why isn't Penny for the Arts listed here and being zeroed out? Isn't this what Penny for the Arts would normally show up, or is that in a different spot?
It does. It does show up here in the budget document in volume 2 of our budget document. At the end of the special promotional programs budget page, there is a table that shows last year's funding for Penny for the Arts and the FY27 recommended or proposed funding for that. So you can see that change there.
Okay, these are a lot of things that this council is trying to wrap its head around. There's a lot of things you guys wrap your heads around. I just want to make sure that I wasn't missing something and not seeing it in this particular table. As you said, I trust it actually shows up there in the budget. So thank you, Ben.
And if I can just clarify, what this table is showing is the amount that is being transferred to the general fund to support general fund eligible activities. So this is just a portion of the $120 million budget.
Okay. All right, thank you for clarifying. Thank you, Chair.
no worries, thank you. And I think that's an important question is we want to make sure we're being transparent to the public as well as we manage those expectations and what we're trying to accomplish. So with that, that will conclude the item for special promotional programs. We will now move to the next presentation, which is citywide program expenditures.
Thank you, Committee Chair Foster. Citywide program expenditures is a quasi-department that's also managed by the Department of Finance, and it supports citywide general fund costs that don't belong within a specific operating department. Examples include debt service costs for capital bonds and vehicle purchases, support for insurance and public liability claims, rent expenses, transfers to the park improvement funds, citywide election costs, and reimbursements for right-of-way permits and inspections for SDG&E work that's covered under the franchise agreement. The citywide program expenditures budget is increasing approximately $27.7 million over last fiscal year. The largest drivers of this increase include a $12.5 million increase in debt service costs to support the lease revenue bonds recently issued to support general fund capital projects, an increase of $7.9 million to support the issuance of a tax and revenue anticipation note to address projected cash flows in the general fund, an increase of $4 million to support reimbursements to the Development Services Department for right-of-way permits and inspections for SDG&E work covered under the franchise agreement, and an increase of $2.8 million to support election costs next year. These increases are offset by a reduction of $7 million related to waiving the transfer to the Climate Equity Fund and a reduction of $1.1 million related to bringing Civic Center Plaza janitorial services in-house. A zero-based review of external contracts and services confirmed that contracts within the department are primarily non-discretionary as they support essential and mandated services. The fiscal year 27 draft budget largely maintains these expenditures with adjustments primarily reflecting updated obligations. And that brings me to the end of this part of the presentation.
Thank you. Does the IBA have comments?
Yes, Pro Tem. Thank you. Sergio Alcalde from the IVA's office. As the OF mentioned, funding for within the citywide program expenditures, department supports programs or activities that are generally not attributable to any single department. Our review of citywide program expenditures, fiscal year 2027 proposed budget is outlined on pages 117 through 123 of IBA Report 26-11. Since the OF covered the citywide program budget changes, I'll just provide highlights on a few select areas. Overall, citywide expenditures is budgeted at $212 million, which is a net increase of almost $28 million or 15% higher than the fiscal year 2026 budget. A large portion of this increase is due to an $11.6 million increase in lease revenue bond debt service costs, which brings the general fund budget for LRBs to be about $65 million. The $11.6 million net increase in LRB debt service is driven by approximately $20 million in higher payments for the $465 million new portion of the 2025A issuance. This increase is partially offset by almost $7 million from shifting eligible 2023A LRB debt service costs from the general fund to the solid waste management and recycling funds, as well as a $1.5 million savings from the 2025 refunding of several other LRBs. Another large driver of citywide program increase of the citywide program increase is the $7.9 million in interest payments for tax and revenue anticipation notes, or TRANS. TRANS are short-term notes, proceeds of which allow municipalities like the city to cover periods of cash shortfalls due to a timing mismatch between revenues and expenditures. For example, the approximately $400 million general fund portion of the pension payment is made on July 1st, and significant inflows of property taxes do not occur until December and January. Additionally, cash available to the general fund to cover these timing differences has recently declined, as discussed in our report. This is the first time the general fund will be using TRANS since fiscal year 2013, and the proposed budget anticipates borrowing around $300 million for fiscal year 2027. Quickly, we also note in our report that there is $11.6 million in revenue in the proposed budget for interest earnings associated with TRANS proceeds. This budgeted revenue not only offsets the $7.9 million interest expense, but also provides an additional $3.7 million positive general fund impact. While our office reviewed the supporting projections of this revenue amount, we note that there are multiple unknowns at this time. DOF indicates that it will have updated estimates on the borrowing amount, interest rates, and potential earnings outlined in the May revision. We will conduct a more thorough analysis of these estimates once that information is available and before TRANS are brought to Council for consideration in June 2026. The final budget change I'll cover is a $1.5 million decrease for corporate master lease rent, which is due to several factors, including net savings associated with rent adjustments for various locations and lower property management budget for the Civic Center Plaza. Additionally, $827,000 of this decrease is due to transitioning to in-house janitorial services for the Civic Center Plaza. Note that there's a corresponding expenditure increase for the Department of General Services for in-housing these services, but overall, there is a budgeted net savings of $405,000. Lastly, while the general fund transfers to the Capital Improvements Program, Climate Equity Fund, and the General Fund Reserve are normally included in the citywide program when they are budgeted, the fiscal year 2027 proposed budget does not include such transfers in order to provide funding for other critical expenditures. Also, per the city charter mandated calculation, an infrastructure fund transfer is not required, and thus no transfer is budgeted for fiscal year 2027. This concludes my comments, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. We will now move to council members for comments or questions. We will start with Council President Joe LaCava.
No, actually, you won't. I'll take it off. Thank you anyway, Chair.
All righty. Any other comments from members at this moment? All righty. Seeing none. Again, I think I just cannot reiterate just how important equity is as we are making our decisions not to fund certain certain funds, the climate equity fund. I've told staff this as we've been receiving briefs. It's one thing not to allocate funding, but I want to make sure as we're looking at the CIP that we are also looking at what we can do within the CIP with the existing dollars to further support equity items to meet the intent. Again, because something goes away and we are not doing something does not mean the intent is still not met. And so I just want to throw that out there to city staff. So with that, that will bring citywide program expenditures to a close, and we will move to our next presentation, risk management. Please introduce yourself and begin.
Thank you. I am Angela Colton. I'm the Risk Management Department Director. And I'm kicking off by talking about our core baseline services that are maintained in this draft budget. We have workers' compensation, which is our health benefits to our injured employees, public liability, where we handle claims against the city, employee benefits, where we're administering health benefits, deferred compensation, as well as long-term disability, our commercial insurance program, where we support procuring 8 different insurance policies for the city annually, as well as Ben mentioned earlier, funded through TOT, we review the insurance requirements for any special events occurring in the right-of-way. We have a very small occupational health and safety unit that supports 13,000 employees across the city, and we do loss recovery efforts as well to recoup funds owed to the city for damage to our city assets. This is all done with 109 positions, a $20 million draft budget. We are an internal service fund funded approximately 58% by the general fund. Some of our accomplishments and operational efficiencies from this last fiscal year or last year. We do have an award-winning workers' compensation program, I will say, is quite exciting. We received 3 different awards in calendar year 2025, 2 specifically for our PTSD program supporting our sworn firefighters and sworn police officers. We're definitely kind of ahead of the industry when it comes to those resources. We also procured a new claims management system, Clear AI. That contract has been executed. We just had our first kickoff meeting a couple weeks ago. We are expecting enhanced data tracking and loss analytics with this system. It will take us about 12 to 18 months to implement, but that's very exciting movement in the right direction for us as well. We also negotiated updates with all 6 represented employee organizations for the city's long-term disability program. That was roughly a 2-year project, and council just approved those updates to the program 3 weeks ago. We also have an ongoing effort to fill new public liability positions that the city council added to the budget last year with an offsetting reduction in our insurance premiums. Continue working towards filling all those positions and reducing our claim response times as a result. Our significant budget adjustments and service level impacts in the draft fiscal year 27 budget include the restructure of occupational health and safety into the risk management department from the compliance department. This was effective late November. We've also included the reinstatement of 1 safety officer, as Rolando mentioned earlier. That resulted from meet and confer following the budget cuts from fiscal year 26, where MEA successfully negotiated to reinstate 1 of the safety officers to avoid bargaining unit work being transferred to unclassified staff. Generally, the occupational health and safety unit continues to be understaffed. 4 positions for a 13,000 employee organization is rather low. We will focus almost entirely on legal compliance with OSHA and our commercial driver program, and then fill in additional support where we can. We do have a reduction of 1 program coordinator from our loss control program. This effectively eliminates our loss control data analytics team, which was focused on monitoring of where the risks are occurring so that we could provide better information to departments and management for decision-making on where resources should be allocated. I am optimistic that some of that work will get replaced with our new system, which should have more robust analytics built into it, as well as dashboards that will become available to departments, and we can come back and reevaluate where those gaps are after the system's implemented. We also have a reduction of 1 program coordinator in the workers' compensation section. This position has been supervising 8 people directly. It's the team that supports the police department. We are going to reevaluate these organizational structure of the workers' compensation team and kind of shuffle staff around. It will increase the span of control. There are some risks associated with this, potentially on meeting compliance requirements, which could result in penalties. But I am confident that with us kind of restructuring and shuffling staff around, we'll be able to minimize or avoid those risks altogether. The other item on here is we've established a cost recovery model for our loss recovery team and added an additional position to that team. So the loss recovery team, as I mentioned earlier, goes after funds owed to the city for damage caused to our assets. This could be either getting reimbursements from our own insurance policies or from third parties, say, for example, in a car accident. That team brought in over $14 million in calendar year 25, but because they're not legally required, they are often one of the teams that is considered for reductions. Rather than reducing them, we are looking to turn them into a cost recoverable team, and they will be reimbursed by the funds they bring into the city. That allows us to continue doing that effort. Generally, our department is understaffed in quite a few areas. Our focus going into this budget was on cost containment and maintaining legal compliance with all of our programs. We had some contractual changes we were able to make by doing a review of our external contracts. We are moving a $247,000 contract for benefits consulting services over to be funded by the benefit-related funds rather than being funded through our operating fund. We reduced a planned enhancement to the wellness program for $100,000 and eliminated a $70,000 agreement with the Department of Finance for services that they no longer provide due to streamlined operations. The budget equity impact highlights are some things I've already mentioned before. Our new claims management system will enhance our data tracking and loss analytics and support more equitable allocation of city resources moving forward. We have the ongoing hiring of the 14 positions in public liability to promote equitable service delivery, reducing caseloads, improving timeliness and consistency in claims handling. And then in our workers' compensation program, as I've mentioned before, our PTSD program promotes equity by providing specialized treatment, aiding recovery and return to work for our sworn officers. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All righty, thank you for that. We'll now go to the IBA.
Thank you. I'm Tricia Tacky from the Office of the IBA. Angela covered the significant adjustments for risk management, so instead I'll focus on a few key issues. Consistent with waiving contributions to the general fund reserve, the proposed budget waives contributions to the risk reserves, leaving them $41.1 million, or roughly 40% under reserve policy target levels. When you consider the loan made by the public liability fund to the sewer fund, it is a little bit less, approximately $33.4 million citywide. However, these funds remain notably underfunded. The city's reserve policy is expected to be updated later this year, which should include updates to the risk reserves. Because these funds, particularly the public liability fund, experience year-to-year volatility and reserve contributions have been underfunded in recent years, updating the reserve policy and establishing a funding plan will be critical to ensuring the stability of these funds and the city's ability to manage the ebb and flow of these claims. As you'll see repeatedly this week, departments like risk management are paring down their work, prioritizing what's legally required, and reducing areas that aren't cost recoverable. There are impacts to these decisions. For instance, the city has significant safety needs that exceed what can be provided by the city's occupational health and safety team, which will remain focused on legal requirements instead of proactive measures that support employee health and safety. As of last week, the average caseload per adjuster for workers' compensation was 203, which is significantly higher than the industry standard of 158. The proposed budget reduces a program coordinator who supports that team, which will likely extend the review and approval of workers' compensation claims. Finally, we're seeing the functional end of a program, the Loss Control Division, which was analyzing trends in public liability and workers' compensation to inform decision-making and help mitigate risks to the city. As Charles noted this morning, budget reductions are necessary to address our ongoing structural imbalance. However, I raise these issues because it's important to be transparent about the reality of our reserves and the service level impacts of this budget. These areas will continue operating at less than ideal levels and warrant attention in future better fiscal years. I'll hand it over to Helen in the Division of Race and Equity to review the budget equity implications for the department.
Thank you, Tricia. Good morning, Chair Foster and members of the Budget Review Committee. My name is Helen Waltegorgis, pronouns she, her, hers, with the IBA's Division of Race and Equity. Our budget equity implications within the department review start on page 285. Two of the FY27 proposed adjustments for risk management include equity implications, both of which are tied to staff reductions. The reduction of the Workers' Compensation Program Coordinator further constrains an already lean team, where the average caseload for staff is higher than the industry standard, as reflected in the department's key performance indicator. The reduction of the Loss Control Program Coordinator would eliminate proactive reporting on risk management programs, including workers' compensation and public liability. This diminished reporting on risk exposures decreases access to information for the public and decision makers. That concludes my comments. Happy to answer any questions.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much. I'll now turn to council members for any questions or comments. Not seeing anyone on the lights. I do have just one question. If you can let me know what's happening with the 14 FTEs. We are almost to the fiscal year. How many have we hired? What's the status? Where are we actually at?
Thank you. We did a very robust hiring process in November and December. So as you may be aware, the process at the city, it takes quite a few steps. You know, we get budget approval for the positions. We then have to go to personnel, request that they agree that we ask for the right type of position. Then we open the job applications, we get applicants, those get reviewed by personnel. Finally, we get a list of names so we can kick off interviews. We did my team really pulled it together and did back-to-back interviews for 5 or 6 job classifications over just a few weeks in November and December. We filled as many positions as we possibly could before the request to fill process took place. That resulted in a lot of promotions of our existing staff, which then created an additional vacancy behind them. We also had some natural attrition with people retiring or leaving for other opportunities. I currently still have 11 vacancies in that team, in that section. So we added 14 positions in the budget last year after all of that hiring, and I have had a few request to fills approved since then. We still have 11 positions vacant in that section.
And what's that dollar value?
Oh, I don't know that off the top of my head. I'll have to get back to you.
You guys have it? Does DOF have it?
I would.
We can get back to you on that,
Yeah.
Councilman.
Thank you. Alrighty, that will conclude our presentation on risk management. Also, I do believe we are still working on getting a presentation on all of the settlements and the expenditures for our policing activities. So look forward to getting that scheduled. Also, we will now move on to our presentation for information technology. Please introduce yourself and feel free to begin.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Benke, Chief Information Officer with the Department of IT. Starting out with accomplishments in IT, the SD Access for All Digital Equity Program was recognized as a visionary trailblazer by the National Digital Inclusion Alliance for its work in bridging the digital divide in San Diego. The department also completed a comprehensive broadband master plan that aims to expand high-speed internet access, improve affordability, and advance digital equity across the city. And then over the past year, we implemented artificial intelligence solutions to improve efficiencies in regional cybersecurity. We completed the new payment card industry standard compliance to support millions of annual credit card payments to the city, and public safety radio system infrastructure and coverage improvements were completed to support our first responders. Some of the operational efficiencies include an estimated time savings of over 27,000 hours after implementing the Copilot AI assistant. And some of the reductions that we'll cover today include over 1.3 million in savings that were realized through continuous improvement initiatives to consolidate tools, innovate, and yield new efficiencies from modernization. And then we'll note the department also identified an opportunity to defer 3.7 million in costs from fiscal 27 through contract renegotiations. And budget equity highlights include reducing or reaching over 13,000 residents to provide feedback for the city's broadband master plan. Our digital navigators made technology more accessible for over 5,000 residents, including assisting residents with the Balboa Park parking portal, affordable home internet, government services, and digital equity training. And then in partnership with Computers to Kids, nearly 800 affordable computers that include lifetime tech support were distributed through events and the Digital Navigator program. And we'll move on to significant budget adjustments in the general fund. Those include a reduction of 118,000 for the PC replacement program, a reduction of 130,000 for library mobile hotspots that will be covered by the PEG funding next year, and then a one-time addition of two employ and empower interns that are reimbursable through grants to support our digital navigator services. Moving on to the IT fund, there's a reduction of 4 million, including tool consolidations, modernizations, efficiencies, and some one-time delays of infrastructure replacement and modernization projects. And then we have additions of 2.3 million in contractual increases for core licensing and just general inflation and cost increases. Moving on to the next, or the 1SD fund, significant budget adjustments include $1.5 million reductions in SAP consulting for discretionary enhancements, and that will require prioritizing break-fix support, regulatory or mandated requirements, and audit or compliance-driven needs. And then there was a 710,000 increase that's just for contractual core ERP licensing costs. And then the largest item was the addition of a 3.9 million to support the ERP modernization. This project budget does include the staffing cost, but as the IBA did note in their report, we are currently developing plans for backfilling the work of some of the staff that are moving over to the project in late fiscal 27. And then lastly, in the wireless fund, it includes the addition of 500,000 to support the public safety radio system and emergency dispatch centers. This adjustment covers contractual increases for support provided by Motorola. That includes radio system maintenance, network equipment, operational support services, to ensure operational continuity and compliance with FCC regulations. And then moving on to our core baseline services, there's a lot in IT, but digital equity has public Wi-Fi, our digital navigator program, digital literacy program, architecture and engineering provide services that support our applications, our networks, cloud services, really providing the foundation of technologies that run city operations and service delivery. Cybersecurity protects our data, our technology, our continuity of operations. And then our digital governance and strategic operation division manages our IT strategic sourcing governance, our core IT service management, and they support over 15,000 computers and devices. Enterprise Applications manages the critical SAP systems and functions, including things like our financials, HR, utility, and asset management. The Wireless Technology Services Division provides critical public safety radio services, supporting our first responders when San Diegans call for help. And then our IT financial team manages the citywide IT budget and complex IT financial management functions. And then lastly, the zero-based contract review. A review of external and zero-based contracts includes centralized IT contracts through managed service providers and enterprise licensing agreements, and those achieve cost-effective scalability for our citywide IT services. Those contracts transfer operational risk from the city to the managed service providers through service level requirements, and they deliver economic benefits with services that often require less than full-time equivalent staff, offer temporary project-based skills, and supply specialized expertise for our modernization efforts. Another positive with that model, it also provides opportunities for small local businesses to participate in delivering those services to the city. Quick examples of those contracts: CGI provides application development and maintenance services. Zensar provides workplace services, network, voice, enterprise compute services. And then companies like Dell provide our Microsoft Enterprise Licensing Agreement. And SAP and Deloitte support our SAP systems. And that concludes the presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. We will now go to the IBA.
Thank you. I'm Tricia Tacky from the Office of the IBA. Jonathan covered the significant adjustments included in the proposed budget, so I'll focus on just a few key issues. First, on the general fund side, there's some good news. The budget maintains funding for SD Access for All. While the general fund shows a 130,000 reduction for hotspots, this is the funding swap that's using PEG fund to continue providing 2,000 hotspots that residents can check out of the library to access the internet. The department will also leverage 2 interns to bolster services provided by the Digital Equity Program. The Division of Race and Equity will speak more about their positive impact. Second, the IT fund includes many reductions, including right-sizing licenses and contracts, eliminating duplicative tools, and deferring innovation projects. However, it also defers important network modernization, security upgrades, and replacement of aging equipment. While many of these are intended as one-time reductions to help balance the general fund, continued deferral in future years could create security risks and lead to higher long-term costs. The IT fund is also impacted by several restructures. The web team has been moved to the Performance and Analytics Department, which you'll hear more about this afternoon. A program manager supporting council affairs, public safety, and the surveillance ordinance for the mayor's office is moving from compliance to the IT fund. Finally, the PRA team is moving from communications to the IT fund, but only 2 of the 4 positions will transfer, while 2 are proposed reductions. Council may want to ask how these reductions will impact the city's PRA responsibilities. For the 1SD fund, I would highlight 2 items. The reduction of SAP consulting services will impact various departments who are working on process improvements. IT plans to prioritize its remaining funding for critical SAP updates, break fixes, and mandated or compliance-related updates, while delaying planned efficiency and enhancement projects. These could slow the implementation of audit recommendations for departments like P&C. The proposed budget includes $20.5 million for the ERP modernization effort, $6.9 million cash funded, and $13.7 million debt financed. The cash funded portion is included in the 1SD fund's proposed budget. Projected costs between FY27 and FY30 are expected to total $178 million, including $78 million from the general fund, which will largely be debt financed. The proposed budget also includes $50,000 in our office for a consultant to provide independent technical expertise to help us evaluate the city's modernization project. The ERP implementation will also require substantial staff time, roughly 4 FTEs in IT and 59 in other departments, with backfilling needs potentially starting later in FY27. Because these staffing impacts are not budgeted and FY27 includes staff reductions in impacted departments, Council may want to request an update on the ERP modernization staffing plan. I'll hand it over to Selena in the Division of Race and Equity to review budget equity implications for the department.
Thank you, Tricia. And good afternoon, Chair Foster and members of the Budget Review Committee. My name is Selena Villegas, and I'm with the Office of the Independent Budget Analyst, the Division of Race and Equity. In conducting our review of the Department of Information Technology's FY 2027 proposed budget, we examined all proposed adjustments for their potential equity impacts. Through this process, we identified 4 adjustments with equity implications, including reductions, additions, and areas of potential risk. These are detailed in the DRE Budget Equity Implications section for IT, which can be found on page 141 of the IBA report.
This afternoon, I will be speaking to each of these equity implications. First, the department's investments in digital equity programs such as mobile hotspot lending, device distribution, and digital literacy workshops. These are designed to increase access to technology for residents in digital equity priority areas, including low-income households, seniors, unhoused individuals, and immigrant communities. This is an addition that supports equitable access to technology. Second, the addition of Employ and Empower interns expands the department's capacity to support these digital equity initiatives and to deliver outreach and navigation assistance for essential digital services. However, the report notes that the mobile hotspot program is currently funded by the Public Education and Government PEG Fund, which is not a guaranteed long-term source. This creates some risk for the sustainability of digital inclusion efforts if alternative funding is not identified. Third, the report notes that the elimination of the assistant director position is a reduction that decreases the department's leadership capacity for strategy, contract compliance, and cross-departmental coordination. This may affect the department's ability to oversee major initiatives that influence service equity, such as cybersecurity investments and enterprise system upgrades. Finally, the Division of Race and Equity notes that continued investment in ERP modernization is an addition that is expected to improve system stability, data transparency, and reporting capabilities, which are important for tracking and addressing disparities across city services. As Tricia noted, sufficient backfill during implementation is also essential to prevent service disruption that affects residents who rely on timely city support. A stronger ERP environment reduces these risks and supports more reliable, equitable service delivery across city departments. In summary, our analysis provides an assessment of how the Department of IT proposed budget decision may impact the city's ability to advance digital equity and maintain reliable, accessible technology services for all residents. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
All righty, thank you for that. We will now turn to any council members for questions or comments. Not seeing any, I think that will conclude that presentation. Natalie, please proceed with public comment for this branch.
Thank you, Chair. The public comment period for sub-item B is now open. And as a reminder, sub-item B does include the introduction to fiscal year 27 budget and the financial branch overview. Each speaker will have 1 minute per department for a total of 3 minutes. So please indicate which department or departments you will be speaking to. We have received 4 speaker slips here in chambers, Bob Lehman and Peter Comiskey. We've also received speaker slips from Christine Martinez and Jacob Edwards. Bob Lehman, if you can please approach the lectern and let us know how much, or which department, it doesn't matter which one, which department or departments you'll be speaking to.
Just about the IBA report, I guess, on the first 2.
Okay, so 2 minutes?
Thank you. I'll just need a minute.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and council members. I want to ground my comments in your own independent budget and analysis report. The IBA exists to help you understand the real impacts of this budget. In this case, it's very clear. This proposal reduces 100% of funding for arts and culture organizations in San Diego. But what's most important is how the IBA frames it. These cuts are placed under neighborhood services and enrichment. That means this is not being treated as optional funding. It's being identified as a community access and equity issue. Last year, 119 organizations received OSP funding. 70 organizations delivered neighborhood-based projects through CCSD with grants under $30,000, reaching communities across the city. Limiting these programs doesn't just impact organizations, it removes access to neighborhoods throughout San Diego. The IBA also reinforces that arts and strategy are part of our economic development strategy, tied to tourism, small business, and jobs. So this is a question for you. If arts and funding is a neighborhood service, an equity tool, and an economic driver, what replaces it? We are here to work on you with solutions, not just now, but going forward to ensure sustainable, equitable investments in arts and culture. We urge you to restore funding for OSP and CCSD and align this budget with the priorities outlined in your own analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Comiskey.
Special promotion and city, if I could.
Please begin.
Council members, my name is Peter Comiskey, Balboa Park Cultural Partnership, and I'm here today to address the critical need to maintain funding for arts and culture programs within the city budget, and specifically within the special promotions program. Let's start with the city charter. We saw it this morning. Section 64 mandates that the city council annually provides support for educational, scientific, historical, and cultural institutions that benefit our city. The implementation of that council policy 103, we saw it this morning, explicitly identifies arts, culture, and community festivals as priority areas for TOT. The current proposal eradicates OSP, CCSD, CPPS, and ACCF, is both critically damaging to our community and unacceptable. Equally concerning is the consideration or decision to remove this funding line from TOT special promotional programs. We're not here today, though we argue strongly, to debate the value of arts and culture. You've been previously exposed to that. You all agree with the logic, and you'll hear from the community again this week. In the proposed budget, we are seeing these funds redirected to the general fund rather than supporting the cultural fabric of San Diego. We're asking Council and the Budget Review Committee to do two things. Reject the elimination of Arts and Culture Grants Program from both the budget and specifically from the special promotions line item. And if needed, and as recognised by committees and council last year, allocate the council's 1% fund as a backfill.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. And another call for Christine Martinez or Jacob Edwards. Okay, this will conclude in-person public testimony. We will now move to the virtual queue. There are 7 hands raised in the virtual queue. I've started the 5-minute timer. And as a reminder to the callers in the virtual queue, please indicate which department or departments you'll be speaking to. John Stump, please unmute and let us know which departments.
Financial, special promotions, citywide programs, risk management, information technology.
Okay, you'll have 3 minutes to manage. Please begin.
Yes. First of all, there's a very objectionable term that the presenters continue to use, and that concerns failure to pay the pension programs. It isn't failure to pay or delaying the pension programs. It's a pension program that is unsustainable, and you had to borrow money when you delayed it. You've got to look at what you're expending as compared to the constituent. Now, can you continue to hear me, or can you hear me?
Yes, please continue.
Oh, thank you. On risk management, how much money has been put into the general liability to pay the flood victims from 2024? This is a particular concern for District 8, which has a senior citizen park that was flooded out, and they have a $1 million claim. Where is risk management in that? On citywide special promotional and citywide program expenditures, you know, Council Member Shanilo Rivera was concerned about the amount of money that Petco wasn't reimbursing the city for its cost, but the same is true for the Old Globe, the zoo, and all the other big institutions. If you want to be fair, big institutions who are profiting off of special promotions should first reimburse the city for the costs that they incur. The city has to provide police, fire, ambulance, and infrastructure to the zoo, to the Old Globe, the Art Museum, and every other large institution. There should be one approach. It's the approach used with SeaWorld, where the city gets reimbursed for the actual cost that is incurred by those special promotional programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Becky Rapp, please unmute and indicate which department or departments you'll be speaking to.
The Budget Department. My name is Becky Rapp, and I'd like to address slide 9 of the Budget Department presentation, which shows a series of what-if scenarios and how those potential decisions could increase costs for residents. But what is missing is the other side of the equation. Before asking residents to take on new costs, we should be taking a hard look at programs the city has already implemented that have not delivered as expected. The cannabis program is a clear example. Revenues have fallen short of early projections, and many permitted businesses didn't even open. And the city continues to carry ongoing administrative and regulatory costs. This is a real impact to our budget. So where is that same level of transparency for existing programs? Where's the cost benefit analysis showing what has worked and what hasn't? If we're going to have an honest conversation about future costs, it must include accountability for our past decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Blair Beekman, please unmute and indicate which department or departments.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I wanted to speak to the budget financial overview, promotional programs, expenditures, and information technology.
You have 3 minutes to manage. Please begin.
Thank you. Thank you for council comment on these items. It was really nice to hear Councilperson Lee talk about TOT items and how that can bring in some interesting revenue sources, and that he wants some accountability in the coming months, how that's developing. It looks like it can help some programs. And I got my serious first understanding of what the mayor is actually trying to do well. And I thank him for that. And I have to be mindful of my criticisms. I mean, that's how I mean to be mindful. And I know I'm overly broad and not very knowing. And things help today to begin understanding how all sides are trying to address budget issues. So thank you. Thank you to Councilperson Moreno, who very nicely said that, you know, in our good work of working on downtown issues, that we can't be over-focusing on those things. The same with Councilperson Foster. So it's like, this is the way I want to be talking about things, is that we're all in the ballpark of things, of good things. How do we then become more clear where, you know, District 4 and District 8 can get a bit more money for their local neighborhoods? And how does that work? That's the good stuff. And I really hope our conversations can be focused in those terms. And again, that we have the budget itself and fixing the deficit can be over a longer period of time than everything done all at once. And we have to really be clear on that concept. I wish I said those words at my first public presentation, but to be very clear, we have to allow more time to fix the deficit. We have to allow more time to fix the deficit, and we have to go slowly. And about broadband, it's not just, you know, filling digital equity, it's making sure there's accountability with that equity. That's the future of the public open process. Thank you. Oh, I got more time, cool. Yes, so with my additional time, yeah, very much that you are working on digital equity and its importance, and a lot of the items for the information technology thing had to do with how San Diego UASI works and how San Diego UASI can work well. and in best terms and best practices. I mean, they have to do a bit of shady stuff sometimes, a little uncomfortable is a better term, I suppose. And but this stuff, what was presented today, San Diego UASI can do well, and it's our decency. Let's hold them accountable. Let's be clear what they're doing, and that the process of bridging the digital divide is a community process. It's not just putting in a bunch of tech and saying we're saving ourselves. It's making sure that whole process is open, clear, and accountable for all of us to participate in. That's building our future of sustainability.
Thank you. This does conclude your time, and the 5-minute timer has concluded. We have 7 hands remaining in the queue. We will take no additional callers after these 7. Kathleen Lippett, please indicate which department or departments you'll be speaking to.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Trying to unmute here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Kathleen Lippett here. I would like to speak to the city budget, the risk management, and pension programs. Had the city's public policies been backed by objective cost-benefit analysis, the paradoxical harmful outcomes could have been avoided. Policies intended to mitigate public harm instead grew bloated bureaucracies with a focus on their own sustainability. Policies were based in political ideology rather than not to serve the public good, and their harmful outcomes were both predictable and predicted. For-profit policies of commercial drug industries like marijuana were designed to exploit human weakness, not to raise human capacity. Every taxpayer-funded policy the city adopts should be backed with a objective cost-benefit analysis. And regarding pensions, please consider that these pensions are exorbitant and was previously stated they are not sustainable. They are benefits that the public only wishes they had a hope of having. Well, thank you for letting me speak. Oh, I have a little bit more time, sorry. So the failure for the city to acknowledge the city policies that were trending in the wrong direction should have been admitted to. Instead, what we see are city officials blaming the public for a lack of revenue. The city in Idaho, they passed a flat tax. They ended up with billions in surplus. And guess what they did? They gave it back to the taxpayers. I cannot imagine the city of San Diego, if they were to have excess money left over, that they would do the same thing. I'm sorry to say that, but you'd have to be the most Pollyannish individual not to see how these policies have played out. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Rhodes. Can you please indicate which department and begin?
Hi, the first 3, special risk management, and I forgot what the second one was.
Okay, you'll have 3 minutes to manage. Please begin.
Lovely, thank you. Catherine Rhodes, and I want to say thanks again for discussing our transit occupancy tax, or what we call TOT reform ballot measures. There's 2 ballot measures. The second ballot measure is what we call a replacement TOT, which replaces the convention center up to 3.25% TOT and instead have a 4% TOT. And the reason for that is in 9 years, if you don't build a $1 billion convention center expansion, then that 3.25% is going to go away unless you bring a tax increase for another TOT tax increase forward in the next 8 years. And so this is a way to kind of preempt the discussion. And I know that the city council can't discuss if you're going to build a convention center or not until January 1st, 2027. But that doesn't mean the convention center can't talk about it. It doesn't mean the unions can't talk about it. It doesn't mean the public can't talk about it. Just you can't talk about it. And the library people and the arts community. And so what, the Council District 2 candidate, Mandy Havlick, and I have put forward these ballot measures on. We're going to have the second Rules Committee hearing on May 20th. on a Wednesday at 9 a.m. And so what we're asking for is that, um, and what this is, and I don't know, do I only have 18 seconds or do I have more than that?
You have another minute after this.
Okay. Okay. And so basically what it is 4%, 1% for the convention center improvements, not the expansion, 1% for homeless, so they'll be made whole, 1% for infrastructure, including the lifeguard stations in Ocean Beach and Mission Beach, and 1% for Penny for the Arts, Balboa Park, and libraries. And what each of these would be, since each 1% is 10 million, and for the last one, we could have $10 million going to the Penny for the Arts to almost make them whole. But if measures 1 and 2 actually are put together, there's actually going to be even more money than 10 million. There should be about 14 million. And so they would actually be made whole. The libraries would be made whole. And then we could actually have some money for a Balboa Park, for a Balboa Park Conservancy that could get rid of the need for us to have paid parking at Balboa Park and make everybody happy. So we have a solution to make everybody happy, to make everybody look good. It's just thank you.
This does conclude your time. Our next speaker, Zoom user, please indicate which department or departments you'll be speaking to.
Thank you, man. Henry here. A special promotions program, citywide expenditures, the risk management, and the information technology.
3 minutes, please begin.
Sure. So on the special promotions program, those are some of the ones in Balboa Park. This could be a moneymaker. A while ago, they had that statue down there in Balboa Park where the Mexican guys and the Americans were working together on it. And the Mexican guys ran off with the statue or that structure they built, and they didn't pay. They owe us money. So that'd be a way to go after those guys and get the money back for some of the programs at Balboa Park. I think it was a special promotion the city did, but it was really a weird thing. And then that's like the citywide promotion, or maybe it's the special promotion. I think it was special. But it's just hear about the city, Todd Gloria canceling all these programs. It's beyond heartbreaking. Those programs, all these programs are the foundation of the kids in this community. It's just unacceptable, man. And the risk management, like the California state just outlawed the dams that it could break at Lake Hodges. And that's huge liability. It's unbelievable, man. And then the same way with when the lawyers figure out how to sue people for the Tijuana River open sewer, when they figure out how to sue the city with all the people that are getting sick and dying and cancer, that's a huge liability for the city. The lawyers just got to figure out how to start filing the cases, and it's going to be overwhelming. So, and also our insurance just raised like 140%, which is understandable when they start looking at the liability we face. And then also, I think it's getting worse too, because the risk, like they just voted to have 750 million new cars for the city car program. Hey, times are tough, man. Times are tough. Like in my household, hey, the condo projects have put another 6,000 thing on everybody to fix the decks, some state program. And it's like, oh, honey, let's go out and buy 2 new cars. Like, it's ridiculous, man. We should have bought all used cars for the risk management thing. And the information technology, I think we know, like the governor of New York said that Black people cannot use computers. So maybe we should have a little more training. According to her, they couldn't figure out how to vote or something, register. So maybe we need more information technology training for Black people, because according to her, they can't figure out how to use computers. So thanks a lot.
Our next speaker is Tony. Please indicate which department or departments you'll be speaking to.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I will be speaking to the budget,
Okay,
the
please.
proposed budget.
Okay, please begin.
Thank you. Yes, good morning, Council. I just wanted to say thank you for your diligence in working on this problem. I know that this is a macro issue that everyone is super zoomed in and focused in on. I want to back up a little bit and start by addressing what Sean Elo Rivera has said on numerous occasions with regard to previous administrations being a large part of the blame and the reason why we're in this current situation. I tried to do a little bit of digging to see kind of specifically what Sean was referring to. I spoke to a friend recently who was telling me that Kevin Faulkner purchased the old Sempra Energy building in downtown, which cost the city $160 million. And I hope that everyone that's listening knows, and the other half of that, of course, is that the building was filled with asbestos. And the renovations to this building are in a large part that's filled with asbestos is a big part of the reason why we're in the budget crisis that we're in. Not making sound financial decisions.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. Thank you. Our next speaker is Madison. Please unmute and indicate which department you'll be speaking to.
Okay, yes, the special promotional programs and risk management.
Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Begin.
So for this year's budget, as you consider funding for special promotional programs, I urge you to be cautious about investing public dollars in ways that may normalize or promote substance use. Even indirectly, that can work against our goal of protecting young people. And from a risk management perspective, it's more responsible to reduce exposure and access to intoxicating products and not expand it. We've already seen challenges with the city's cannabis program, where projected revenues fell short while costs remain significant. And I'm not actually sure where the specific numbers for that program are in the reports, but hopefully we can get a look at the costs of the SEED program. When programs tied to intoxicating substances don't deliver financially, the city is left carrying not only the fiscal burden, but also the broader public health impacts, which are numerous. Instead, I would think those resources would be better directed toward prevention. Things like youth education, after-school programs, mentorship, and family support. These are proven ways to reduce early substance use, which is strongly linked to addiction, mental health challenges for teens, and involvement with the justice system later on. Preventing those outcomes is far less costly than responding to them. I'm here to ask you to make youth drug prevention a clear priority in both your risk management strategy and your budget decisions, especially when it comes to the special promotional programs. We have to make sure that these costs are worth it. And if we want to be fiscally responsible and protect community health at the same time, the path is clear. Invest in prevention and be mindful about how city-funded programs may influence youth behavior. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Strang, please unmute and indicate which department you'll be speaking to.
Good afternoon, San Diego City Council. I wanted to echo City Council Member Marino's comments about the audit committee. Well, first of all, the two items I'd like to speak to are citywide program expenditures and second, risk management. Citywide program expenditures. City Council Member Marino mentioned about her audit committee looked at several ways that we could improve the income aspects for the city, and particularly looked at leases, and the recommendations that came in I thought were superb. We have a great deal of public property being used for huge private gain, and we are not garnering what we should. She mentioned one of that I'm particularly aware of, and that's the Fairbanks facility. Beautiful public property that a huge LLC, who we haven't been able to identify who those people are, seems to be getting a lot of money from it, and we, the public, are not benefiting. Number two, risk management. Risk management speaks to the awards that the department has received in their workers' comp programs. And that's wonderful. Keeping a healthy workforce, I'm sure, is important to you all. I noticed when we had someone out here on our street, one street over, doing something with the street lights that they were smoking out at the curb. And I wondered how much programming does our city do to help our workforce be healthy? Because nothing is worse for health than public and smoke and vaping to affect their overall general good health. And I hope that we're taking advantage of the opportunity that we create for our workforce by doing good workplace education and letting them know the good public policies that are in place to protect their health. And they should not be smoking in the workplace and they should not be smoking in public places.
Thank you. Our final speaker in the queue, phone number ending in 8700. Please indicate which department you'll be speaking to and begin.
Thank you, Natalie. I'll be speaking on all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes. Please begin.
Joy Sanyata. First of all, a big yes to Catherine Rhodes on the 2 TOT ballot measures. Let's really collaborate on that with her and figure out if that is really, it seems to me, a lot of revenue. Thank you. Now, switch a little here. I trust that since Measure C will solve the convention center generator issue, I have a new role for the Yellow Canary. It is now our structural budget deficit, and it too is covered with Band-Aids. Thank you all for your presentations, addressing in very detail the complexity of each Band-Aid on the canary. Town halls to explain our structural budget deficit are valued and appreciated. A very special shout out to the IT department and to the equity focus on these items as we go through them. Now, I do want to repeat a little bit what I said about the Department of Race and Equity. I have tremendous gratitude that they're rolling. My big like are the KPIs, and they influence all items on this sub-item B. And they'll influence everything. The key performance indicators, they're just crucial. Let's get the data on the qualitative and the quantitative end on that. Equity, we must remember, is systemic. And if you pull out one corner of the equity universe, you pull out the whole thing. So IBA, DRE, keep up your very important work. Now, I want to finish by summing up the quote by the IBA team. Critical to align ongoing expenses with ongoing revenue. It's so simple, I added that. To provide stability and restore public trust. End of quote. That just sums it up. Everything that was said is so extremely complex for me as a public. It's amazing to try to get the big picture of it. But it's all about restoring, providing stability and restoring public trust on all these levels that are coming forward and being so upset about what's happening. Let's work together on stability and trust. One San Diego, one people, one family, one San Diego. Thank you for listening. It was a great morning, great work, Chair, and everybody else. Love to all.
Thank you. And Chair, this concludes public comment on sub-item B.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the members of the public for participating. We will now move to council members for any concluding remarks. We will start with Council President Pro Tem Lee.
Thank you, Chair. And I waited until this section so that I didn't take up time in the IT section, but I do have a couple questions that are actually related to IT in particular, and wanted to, if you could highlight again where we stand with the mobile hotspot program, because again, I understand how we see it in the budget might be reflected differently because of the one-time nature of what was done last year.
Yes, the mobile hotspot program will continue as it is today with 2,000 hotspots. So we did have funding which we will continue, one-time funding, but we will continue to request it each year. From our perspective right now, that program continues supported.
Okay, thank you. Inside some of the additional contracts that were in the budget, there was a chunk of it specifically for Salesforce licenses, and it was mentioned that that was a consolidation of licenses specifically within IT. Is that matched by proportional decreases in other departments where they're being moved?
So yes, the licensing centralized in IT and moved into our budget. So Ben, I believe we'll just.
Yes, you'll see some corresponding decreases within each individual department that had those costs already budgeted.
Okay. And I ask it because the one line that really stuck out in the budget was the significant increase in additional contracts while we were looking at budget mitigations by removing positions. And on the face, it would seem to suggest that we're moving to contracting and eliminating positions, which I didn't know if that was actually the case. I know one of the biggest endeavors of the department is to support the backbone of IT's operations and the city's operations through the ERP modernization effort. And so as part of what we're seeing in the budget is that a significant amount of that is not being funded by cash correctly in this budget, that we actually see a fairly sizable proportion of it that is going to be coming from debt service. And I just wanted to understand that because one of the big discussions we always have in budgeting is when ERP modernization contracts come to the council for discussion. They're huge numbers, and more we're getting pressed by the public about how we're reducing contracts that we have and the costs that we're seeing year over year.
Yeah, that's correct. So the increase of 3.9 million in the 1SD fund, but looking at fiscal year 27, cash for general fund was 1.4 million. And you can check my homework, Ben, but 1.4 million cash.
Okay, I think this is one area where we've often, as a council, expressed the significance of needing to move forward with the modernization effort, especially with the horizon that we've got in terms of support. But usually it's bundled as one very large multi-year project. I think something for us to understand is just frankly being able to distinguish between every necessary piece of the modernization effort versus what may be flexible enough to consider given the next couple of years of the budget crunch that we've got. In no way suggesting that we don't move forward, but we're just at a point where we're making hard choices within the city. And I think we owe it to ourselves to be able to ask what is absolutely necessary in the shortest time frame versus what can be pushed, in which ways also understanding that there's staffing impacts, including backfill, that's all sort of waiting here, and it's very difficult for this council to take out of the full picture.
And it's 100% necessary timing wise. Just because the current SAP system will be over 20 years old when it reaches end of support. So really important things, payroll, our financials, new tax law changes, all of those things, really core systems that run core operations, delivering services all over the city, from procurement to financials to working on assets out in the streets. And because it truly is an end-of-life product, we really do have to act now. And there are some efficiencies, right, that we'll get out of it, replacing a 20-plus-year-old system with better data analytics, and more opportunities to improve business processes. So there are positives to a big modernization like that.
I certainly understand that, and I think on this dais I've championed the fact that we do need to get the work done. I also, and I think we're all facing this point where we're balancing choices at the moment, and so I'm going to acknowledge that I don't think we can take an answer of it's 100% necessary, and I think we owe it ourselves to understand, at least in detail, if that is the case, how it's broken down. Core functions like HR, payroll processing, et cetera, I absolutely understand how that's going to have to happen within a certain time frame given the transition. If there are any components that we can look at to consider where the timeline stands, where staffing impacts are. Again, I think this is a year, again, given it's a multi-year effort, we need to know what's absolutely necessary now within the current year that we've got versus what has some window of flexibility before our end of life point hits. So I did just propose that for the future, and maybe it's something as we continue to work with the IBA, we can get a better understanding of. One of the last things I noticed, something that you had pointed out, Charles, or at least IBA, in your report was that there is at least one position within the Department of IT that is really actually a member from the office of the mayor. And you had happened to point that out in the report. It's not the only one, and so it's something that I would ask how we understand which pieces of the office are being moved into which departments. We will ultimately get to that portion of the discussion at some point, I presume. But in preparation for that, it would be helpful for us to get a better understanding.
So we've got a discussion or report of a number of different positions that are being moved from one office to another. There are various chief positions that are being allocated from the mayor's office to other departments. The position that you're referring to specifically, I believe, had previously been budgeted in compliance and now is moving over to the Department of IT. But that position traditionally has reported to the mayor's office and has done more things that are just associated with compliance-related functions. There's also the legislative affairs person in the mayor's office that deals with his council.
And I don't think that's a unique thing just in one department or just one office. There may be other areas from the city where positions are have maybe multiple hats. And I think for consistency, it would help us to understand which ones are staying within the departments they are, which ones are being moved, because we're all trying to understand what increases and decreases we're seeing in terms of mitigations and new positions. And if that's not reflected consistently across years, then what looks like an addition or a change may actually not be what it looks like on paper in the budget. And so that's something I would implore between the IBA, HR and personnel for us to have a full understanding of all the different moves that we have position-wise. That concludes my comments.
Thank you for that, Pro Tem. We will now move to Councilmember Elo Rivera.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you to everyone who presented this morning. Appreciate all that. Thank you, Selena, and the rest of the Office of Race and Equity, or the Division of Race and Equity, for the work that you do, Charles, for your reports as well. Thank you to Council President Pro Tem for diving in deep here and the other items. We've got a long road ahead of us this week for sure, and so I'm not going to say too much more right now. I've said a lot already this morning, but I will just reiterate that what is in front of us, I can't swallow without understanding better where we're actually trying to go. And I think Council President Pro Tem has asked some very specific questions about trying to understand. Council President asked them as well. Where did we get these numbers? Why did we decide that this was the place to reduce rather than other places? And I've yet to hear responses that make me comfortable with what's been proposed. So obviously a lot of work to do this week, and the candor from both city staff, IBA, in responding to our questions is extremely helpful because it will allow us to do a better job in putting the final product together. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. We will now go to Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you, Chair Foster. Thank you to all the staff today who've put in a lot of work to present today, answer our questions. I'll focus just mostly on the arts and culture issue, which I've been vocal about in the past, because what I'm seeing is a dismantling of the ecosystem as opposed to a trim that should be picked up by other people. And it's because eliminating the critical grant funding that directly supports families. It's their jobs, and it's the small organizations and working artists across the city that are a component of our economy, that our creative economy plan that we put a lot of work into as a city tells us. We hear a lot about core services as a phrase that comes up during budget discussions, and I don't hear enough about core responsibilities, because creating good jobs and attracting people to our city with arts and cultural programming, many of which create affordable opportunities for our own residents to take part in, that's a core responsibility. It's not the same as sending a police officer out or paving a street or fixing a sidewalk, but it is a core responsibility to create a strong local economy. and putting dollars back into these employees' pockets and saving the dollars for the customers' pockets. Those are both good things. And by undermining arts and culture, we're not truly saving money to spend on core services. We're undermining an excellent revenue stream and pushing institutions to actually raise their prices to meet their own costs. So let's be very clear about the economic ramifications. When you cut arts and culture to balance a budget today, that makes life more expensive for San Diegans tomorrow and makes next year's budget deficit worse. I think if we had spent more money on arts last year and the year before and the year before that, and for the 15 to 20 years we talked about penny for the arts, I think we'd have a lower budget deficit this year and last year and next year. But it takes the foresight to keep arts and culture sectors strong today so that core services will be funded and families will have more affordable experiences and education well into the future. So I just want to put it out there that if we're going to be serious about economic growth and affordability and vibrant communities, we can't gut the very sector that helps drive all three. So I look forward to working hard to refund that portion of this. And of course, I know there was a lot more spoken about than just that issue today, but that's going to be a huge focus of mine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Campillo. Nicely said. I do just one quick question. If you can help me to understand, I see we have Public Records Act team moving over from communications, but it looks like we have a contracts increase, but we also have a service level agreement with the city attorney's office, which I consider a contract. Why do we have a SLA with the city attorney's office?
That's been a standard for city attorney support, and we can get you more information on that. But they're providing services to us. We have, close to 100 contracts and a lot of compliance that we do. So we certainly do need their assistance.
I understand. I'd like to have more insight as to why we have an SLA as we talk about, general fund departments and the work that's taking place. Also, do appreciate the conversation about the SAP and the ERP system. I think there's some things that we do need to get our arms around in regards to this system. What works well, what doesn't work well, right? I hear that with some of the modules, we have issues. And if we are having issues, we need to get them fixed so they meet our